No, I can't wait till we get to go back in person, but I am going to miss this little magic moment when you all just all appear on my screen. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, Mayor. It looks like you've got everybody but Karen and Connie. Connie texted me, and just as her plane was landing, she's going to join us as soon as she can, but I would not wait.
Yeah, Connie contacted me as well, and
Okay.
she'll be with us, I think, before we get into some of the heavier agenda items. So I'm sure she'll be with us soon. And probably and speaking of Karen. Good evening, Karen.
Hello, how are you?
Doing well.
Good.
So Andrew, otherwise, we are recording and live.
You are recording and live.
Okay, thank you, sir. Then why don't we go ahead and call our meeting to order? If we could, please, as we traditionally do, have a moment of silence before our meeting. And Willow, if I could ask for you to say the pledge on behalf of the council this evening at that point. Thank you.
Certainly. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Willow. That was going to be Connie's assignment tonight, since we're doing this alphabetically now, but we'll have to circle back to Connie at the next meeting. So Willow, that means that we've gone through the entire roster of the council at least one time. It's taken us nearly 4 months to do that, but that's appropriate. So, okay. We have Lori with us. Hey, Lori is our clerk tonight. And so if you work with me to make sure that Lori picks up on our motions and seconds. And Lori, we've been dispensing with the formal roll call, given that we have an electronic version right before us. Each of you should have a copy of the minutes of our last regularly scheduled meeting, if you'd like to look those over for any possible corrections or additions.
Motion to approve, Mayor.
Thank you, Tammy.
Mayor, I'll second.
Thank you, Greg. Motion been made and seconded. If there are no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Hearing none, thank you. The minutes are approved. Each council member should have also received a copy of the latest check register in your packet. If you could indicate if you received that check register. Thank you. We have one person scheduled for public comment tonight. We have several on our call with us because we'll be a part of a discussion in just a minute about some applications that council will be asked to approve. But under public comments, we've invited Professor Chris Sass from the University of Kentucky to be with us tonight. Professor Sass is, I'll get this wrong, Chris, is in the forestry department. He loves urban forest, and he and his group and students have helped some Kentucky cities just understand their situation. And I think in a current cycle, he's got Georgetown on the list. So Professor Sass asked for a little bit of time to show the council what this project's about, and we invited him to take a few minutes and do that for us.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Greatly appreciated. Let's see here. Andrew is sharing his screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, great. As the mayor said, my name is Chris Sass. I am from the University of Kentucky. However, I'm actually in the Department of Landscape Architecture, but that's okay. It's close enough. So we're good there. Thank you very much, everybody, mayor and council members, for allowing my colleague and I, Dr. Lynn Phillips, a moment of your time this evening. We're basically here we're here from the University of Kentucky to talk about a project that's been funded to aid communities under 50,000 people understand their community forests, or the forests basically inside your city boundary. Dr. Phillips is a planner who teaches in the Department of Geography, and I teach in the Department of Landscape Architecture, as I said. And I'm also the co-lead of the Urban Forest Initiative. So if we can go to the next slide. And this slide is just really some quick, loose details, if that makes any sense, if you can use loose and details in the same sentence. But please excuse our brevity. We had a short amount of time tonight. So let's see here. I think we've got a total of 4 communities that are involved overall.
I think we need to go back a slide if we could, please.
Is it?
Thank you.
Yep, there we go. There it is. Okay.
Perfect.
A total of 4 communities involved with the grant, and Georgetown is the largest of those, about 33,600 folks as of, I think, 2017 or 2018 is what we looked at. And as you see, they're all over the map. We've got north, south, east, not very much north, but south, east, and west for the most part. This grant was funded through the USDA Forest Service and the Kentucky Division of Forestry. And it's to demonstrate and provide early support for community forest initiatives. So basically being able to provide tools to accentuate each community's forest. So things such as, I don't know if you're familiar with Tree Week here in Lexington or any place like that. So those kinds of things. We're also looking at doing training modules to get folks interested in arboriculture as well. So you can go to the next slide now. So our goal is basically 3-pronged. Tree canopy improvements. So looking at mapping and inventorying those trees that you currently have in the public spaces. Getting the community engaged. So talking about training, how do we get folks interested in arboriculture and things like that? And then planning for that urban resilience. What kind of species should we bring to Georgetown? What kind of species diversity should we expect to see in a place like this? So those are kind of our 3 goals overall. And if you can go to the next slide. This is just kind of a flow chart of where we're at and what we're doing. So I told you those four communities: Berea, Georgetown, Hazard, and Paducah. We're currently contacting all the government entities, all the campuses, extension agents, planners, whatever, so that we can start to build those relationships within the communities, right? Because nobody wants to come into anybody's community and just be like, oh, we're here, okay, and this is what we want to do. It's not, we don't want to do it that way by any means. So one of the first things we'll work on is getting those contacts and try to figure out specific areas within Georgetown and these other three communities. Places or areas of interest that you would like to see mapped and inventoried and understood at a little bit higher level as far as the community canopy or the community forests. And so we'll go through each one of these stages, looking at like the project outputs, trying to deliver a report of what those areas look like in Georgetown. And then we'll also get you connected with the other folks in Paducah and Berea and Hazard so that there's like this crosstalk between all the different communities overall. And so I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Phillips to discuss inventorying and what that inventorying might look like when we get the boots on the ground and that kind of thing, and then go from there. So if you want to go ahead to the next slide.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I wanted to just ask the city of Georgetown for permission to go and measure street trees. We are going to have undergraduate students largely who are part of our tree cats, which is those are students who have graduated some sort of basic training on the things to look for in trees. But we'll have students who are out there on the ground measuring streets, measuring trees along your main street and along other public spaces, such as in your parks, to get a sense as to what the overall volume of tree canopy is within Georgetown, because as we all know, trees tend to not just improve property values, but they have tremendous cooling attributes. They're tremendous for stormwater management. They take up a lot of rainwater, and they are also great for habitat. So we're going to have our own students out there taking a look-see and taking some notes. So if you see people in the street with little, notepads in their hands and measuring tapes in their arms, you'll know that's what they're doing. We would love for you all to connect us with some other community organizations that might be interested in helping us with this. Folks that maybe have interest in learning a little bit more about trees, learning more specifically about the trees that you have there in Georgetown, that we might be able to pass off our knowledge onto them. And we were thinking contacts might include your garden clubs, if there's a sustainability club within Georgetown. Our ag extension partners on this project will have contact with the 4-H team members. But if there's a high school club that might be interested, you can tip us off as to who those contacts are. We sure would appreciate it. Our goal is to get as much community support as we can to try to invest the community in the benefits of trees, to enhance the overall tree canopy for the city of Georgetown and its residents.
Sounds pretty exciting to us that this was, we've been interested in our urban forest. We've also had off and on discussions about potentially reintroducing street trees downtown. But we all know that requires the right species, and we don't want to repeat the mistakes that have been made in the past in downtown Georgetown. So we think this is an opportunity for us to begin that process with a bunch of good information. So without question, Dr. Phillips, we would give you permission to measure our trees to your heart's content.
We will be hugging your trees, yes.
Good. And then I would be glad to have an offline conversation with you and Chris about other ways we might be able to help.
Excellent, excellent. The next slide has our contact information. Yeah, if any individuals who are part of this meeting have any questions or want to contact us directly, this is how to reach us. As Chris said, I'm in the Department of Geography. I'm in the College of Arts and Sciences, and I'm coordinating with these wonderful folks over in the College of Agriculture, Food, and the Environment. So it's kind of cool to be able to cross colleges and share knowledge. And as Chris said, my background is in city planning. I spent 17 years as a city planner, and I'm excited to really put some of the urban forestry practices into use, hopefully in Georgetown and these other 3 communities that we have identified.
Good. Does council have any questions for either Chris or Lynn?
Is it Dr. Phillips?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Dr. Phillips, this is David Lusby. In addition to some of the Main Street landscaping that the mayor mentioned, what other areas, I guess, would you all focus on? Would it be in like residential areas or maybe around a bypass or?
Well, we do not have permission. We've talked about the possibility of going onto private property. An individual who may have a large farm, who has a cluster of trees, we would have to get explicit permission from that individual. But we're talking about the public spaces. Okay. So, street rights of way, public parks, city parks, we really need to get out there and see where the clusters are. We've got a couple of students that are going to be doing some mapping to inventory, to give us a general idea geographically of what areas to concentrate on. But before we even got to that phase, we wanted to, request permission and let you all know that we were interested in your community and see if you had any questions or any specifics for us to take on.
So would the goal be to kind of identify where the canopies are and then come back with recommendations for new canopies, new growth, and so forth?
Yes, and also to identify the health of those canopies, take inventory of the species that you have, talk to, we've got quite a few foresters who are a part of this project, and they can make recommendations based on soil type, based on the kind of, urban landscape that may be in place, so that tree roots can do their thing.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you have recommendations, we're all ears.
Well, you'll be glad to know, since you were a former city planner, that when someone does a project here in Georgetown and they go through planning and zoning, they do have to identify some of the existing canopies. And I don't know if that's common everywhere, but anyway, that is something that is very sensitive to our community, and something that our planning and zoning takes pretty seriously. And so when you start to impact that canopy, they want to see some replacement come back into play as well. So I'm sure you're familiar with what I'm talking about.
Yes,
But
yes, sir.
maybe not everybody is. It's a positive for sure here in Georgetown.
Yes, it is.
And then I guess I would have one question, and I'm sure I'll let us move on. I could talk about this for quite a while, and I know the council knows that I'm pretty interested in this kind of discussion. So I'll get out of the way, but I might follow up with you and have some questions about like honeysuckle. We've had an enormous amount of honeysuckle take over this community in the past 10 to 20 years, and we're not really dealing with it. I'm just kind of curious what other communities, how they're dealing with it and what they're doing, or what is the state doing anything about it, for example. But we don't have to get into all that tonight, but I would like to maybe follow up with you at some point.
Absolutely. And Chris is the better one to address on the honeysuckle issue.
Okay.
I'm more the regulatory person. I knew about your landscape ordinance.
Okay.
So.
I can't see all of his contact information. Maybe Devin can help me out with that, and I'll take a picture of what I can get of it though.
Yeah, if you all could just email that presentation to Arlene, you might have already done so, but Arlene can circulate that to the council.
Yep, I emailed it early this morning. So
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
I have a quick question as well. Would this ever involve anything like community orchards or community gardens as far as the landscaping, or is that outside the boundaries of what you do?
Yeah, I think it depends on what you mean by landscaping. So are you looking for like a brand new master plan type thing, or just
I
kind of?
wondered if you all ever helped a community find, land that's not being used for anything else that might be available with the proper soil and whatever to have a community orchard or a community garden.
Sure, yeah, I think that could be part of the whole thing, because we're going to be looking at that anyway. Overall, we'll be looking at lack of canopy, and some of those places could include, those suggestions. Like, this is a good spot for X.
Yeah.
or Y.
Fruit-bearing trees.
Okay, great.
So, Chris, Lynn, it sounds like you've been welcomed with open arms.
Thank you.
We appreciate the preliminary presentation to the council, and there will be follow-up. I'm sure David will enjoy talking about. We're all interested in the fact that we have such an interstate presence in Georgetown and Scott County. We have the confluence of two major interstates, and we have a lot of ramps and off ramps. And can they be prettier than they are? Well, of course they can. And what might that look like? And just, we've got a bunch of questions. So this will be entertaining for us.
Good. Well, we greatly appreciate it, and appreciate the time this evening.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank
you all for welcoming us.
Yes.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, just a handful of public, just a handful of mayor's comments because we've got a real lengthy agenda tonight. There's a lot of detail and a lot of information that's going to be given out tonight. But several things I did want to mention to you. Had the honor this morning of swearing in another police officer for Georgetown, an experienced officer, Matt Blankenship. So that was a great way to start this week off with. Wanted to let the council know that we had completed, you probably saw it on the news or Facebook, that we did complete the groundbreaking for the wastewater treatment plant #1 expansion. Chase and his folks in the chamber did a really nice job with that event. We did have our Main Street clean sweep this year, and we got that box checked. Hopefully next year we can make it a higher profile event than we were able to this year. But we did get that done. Want to report to the council that as we always do at this time of year, let you know that the budget committee and Stacy and the staff are working hard on the budget. You will be presented that budget in 2 weeks. So just to mark that on the calendar, a lot of work done, and you will be presented with that and your first explanation of the budget in 2 weeks. Finance committee, I believe David has a meeting Friday. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that would be an opportunity for any council member that wanted to tune in via Zoom. It would be repetitive about what you'll hear at the budget meeting, but it's one of those subjects that you may want to hear multiple times. So we're happy to welcome you to that meeting as well.
What time is that meeting, Mayor?
I'd have to ask David.
I think that's the early meeting.
9:30.
Yeah, 9:30.
9:30?
And that, I think there's also like a stakeholder Georgetown's Cook County water quality at the same time in there. Isn't that at 9:30 on Friday? I think it is.
No.
Yes, that's correct. That's a storm. Sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to jump in. She's referring to the stormwater stakeholders meeting we're having with Bluegrass Green Source on Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate it that we walk on each other sometimes, but
I'm sorry. I should have coordinated better. That's my fault.
That's all right. We'll get both done. Let's see. And then want to just to remind the council that the presentation this year is going to look a little bit different than in prior years. Typically our budget, we show you what the revenues are for the coming year, and then we show you how we propose spending that revenue. And it's our hope that there's enough revenue to cover those proposed expenditures. That's the typical budget that we see and we're used to working with. This year's budget will have an added dimension of time to it because there are so many programs that are being unfolded and regulations being written that we have enough guidance to know that some expenses might be covered under the American Recovery Act. Some may not. We know that those funds can be drawn down through the next 2 years. So that we don't have to be in a hurry. We can be very cautious and step by step and make informed decisions on how we want to invest this opportunity. So in the budget, we're going to give you some expenses that we know are going to be in the current budget. Some we think might be in next year's budget. Some that might be potentially reimbursed through the American Recovery Act. But we're going to give you a matrix. So it will be a more informative, but a bit more complex of a budget presentation that'll take advantage of the most current guidance we have that we can share with you. And we're looking real forward to doing it with you. So I just wanted to mention that that will look differently to you when you see it the first time. And finally, wanted to make sure the council knew that the repaving 460 project begins in earnest tomorrow. Is the publication. It begins tomorrow. Will conclude by June 30th. They'll start again with the ramp work or the concrete work. They'll have multiple crews working at one time. As we've indicated, they won't shut down whole intersections at a time. The contractors will provide flaggers, so there'll be traffic control, and we'll live through this, but we just need to be aware that it's coming. And with that, that completes Mayor's comments, unless there are any questions. Hey, Connie. Okay, moving into the meat of this agenda. Item 7 on your agenda under City Attorney is a municipal order approving the addendum to the special event permit application. I know Devin has reworded that substantially, sent it out to the council, and heard from a lot of you. Thank you very much. That's helpful. So feel like we're in a position to go ahead and present that municipal order for your consideration tonight.
Mayor, I make a motion that we accept it. Devin did a really great job on that.
Thank you, Todd.
I'll second that, Mayor. And I also put on there that Devin, I really appreciate your work on this. And I know you had a lot of rewording to do with this. So I think as myself and the rest of the council appreciates what you did.
Great, thank you all. Motion's been made and seconded. If there are no further questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. That would put the vote at 7-1. Sorry.
But Mayor, if I can say something, I do think it's much better than last time, even though I'm voting still against it. But it's much better. It's better than it was. So thank you, though.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, with that approved, then I think we're in a position. First, for item B on the agenda, Mr. Combs is back with the 4th of July parade. And listen, Devin did do a great job with this, but we had the perfect person to work with, and that was Tom Combs. They were very professional with the way they approached us. They tolerated this exercise and actually responded very positively to it. So Tom, thank you for your help as well.
Very welcome.
So this is a straightforward special event application for the 4th of July parade. Anything you need to add to it, Tom?
No, sir, just a reminder that it is in our application scheduled to be Saturday, July 3rd. With, as in the past, preliminary preparation work to begin around 9 a.m. With street closings planned at around 9:30 down Main Street, and the parade to begin at 11 a.m. and festivities in the street to be unblocked or made available again by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And that's very consistent with past years. I guess the only other thing I've got is I did submit, based on the first addendum, a mitigation plan, as well as a COVID-19 health questionnaire that we'd be presenting to the applicants as they approach the preparation area or staging area to prepare their floats or what have you. I'm not sure if that was reviewed. I have not seen the latest addendum, so I'm not sure how to properly adjust what we did turn into Tracy. But
Mr. Combs, we're currently reviewing it. We actually are considering making your Excel sheet, the template to provide to other applicants because you did such a nice job. But we're reviewing the content and we'll let you know if there's anything else we need. But really appreciate the job you did. And like I said, we'll kind of use yours as a template for others in the future.
Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate those comments. Actually, this year I've got the Sons of American Revolution and also Georgetown Hospital got confirmed today that if this was approved tonight, they will have nurses in the parade. So I'm excited about that because that's part of our theme, recognizing women's contributions, and their nursing staff will be in the parade marching with us. And we're so thrilled about that. So.
That's good news. Okay. We have, let's see, Devin, do we have a motion on this? We do
yet.
not.
I'll move.
Second.
There were, I got to get Karen in there somewhere. She was about to break her, she was about to break her camera over there. Tammy, I think you got the motion, and Karen, I think that was you.
That was me a second.
That would be a second. Okay. If there are no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Thank you very much, Tom. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you all of you for your support. I know it's a difficult thing and you all have a lot to deal with, so I appreciate everything. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Item C is Georgetown College Commencement Special Event Permit Application. And there's Josh. We have with us tonight Director of Security from Georgetown College. If there are any questions about the college's plans. Josh, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having
me. It's straightforward. We hope the weather cooperates and they can have this graduation out on the lawn. I think that's it in a nutshell, isn't it, Josh?
Yes.
So.
Motion, Mayor.
Thank you, Connie.
Second.
Second, thank you, Karen. And if there are no specific questions for Mr. Masterson, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Thank you. That is approved. Josh, thank you. Good luck. Good luck with the graduation. You're muted if you'd like to.
Thank you guys for having me, and I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Yes, sir. Item D on your agenda, we have the person who has the coolest point of view for this meeting of anybody that's on the screen, and that is Dwayne Ellison. Hey, Dwayne.
This is my nightly meeting spot. I want a ball field somewhere.
A ball field somewhere. Well, we've got the event application for the Finley 5K. Anything we need to know, Dwayne?
The date is going to be the 18th of September, a little later than normal. Just playing off my Georgetown football schedule. And, everything is pretty much straightforward as it always has been. And I'm trying to think anything else at this point. I don't know if there's a new application. I might need to fill out a new one if there's a different system now.
Yeah, there's an addendum. I don't think it'll cause you much trouble, but.
Right. I'm not glad to do it.
Until 30 days prior to the event. So I can get you the template, but maybe hang tight. Just wait and see what the guidelines are.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, we expect to, especially with the governor's announcement today, we hope that by then we're able to have 1,500 to 2,000 or more runners and have our biggest one yet. Last year, we involved a lot of the nonprofits in our virtual situation. So hopefully we'll get those involved again as well.
Sounds good, Dwayne. Thank you. Is there a motion for approval?
Mayor, I make a motion, we accept this.
Second.
Thank you, Todd. And that second came from Mark.
Connie.
Connie. Okay. Thank you, Connie. If there are no questions for Dwayne, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Then that is approved. Dwayne, thank you very much. You can go back to playing ball.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate your all support.
Yes, sir. Item 8 on your agenda. GMWSS. Chase has a series of things. I think we'll go through A through H with minimal concern. And then we may pause and spend a little more detail on item I.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As Mayor said, if I can quickly run through items A through H, and then I'll answer any questions on those, and then we can move on to South Sewer Extension. Item A is a purchase order for PureFill in the amount of $15,390. This was previously approved by Council at your last meeting. We're bringing this back for reapproval because the vendor had not applied the proper discount that made their company the low price proposal. And this is for our carbon media change out at wastewater plant 1 we use for our odor control. And again, this is just being brought to correct the clerical error. Items B and C are both purchase orders to GRW Engineers. This is for continued work on wastewater treatment plant number 1 upgrade and expansion. Those purchase orders are for $30,015, $46,592.95, and those are for the February and March billing periods. Item D is for a purchase order for Lewis Municipal Sales, the amount of $74,900. This is for a valve exercising machine and trailer for our distribution staff. This purchase order is in conjunction with bid recommendation for item G on your agenda. And this is an FY22 purchase that we are moving up as we did with a few of our purchase orders last meeting. Next, item E is a purchase order for Empire Restoration in the amount of $65,950 for a new roof on the administration building. This purchase order is in conjunction with the bid recommendation for item H on your agenda, and this is an FY21 budgeted project. And finally, item F, this is a bid recommendation for our annual services contract. This was publicly bid as a unit price contract. We received 2 bids, with the low being submitted by Leak Eliminators. Please keep in mind that we are not spending $1.3 million that is listed as the low bid. This is just simply the basis of award as the sum of all of the unit prices that the contractors were bidding on. This is a contract that Georgetown Municipal has always had, and we keep this contract for services that we cannot complete in-house due to either lack of workforce, equipment, or technology such as ability to cure in place pipe. All work orders for this contract that are over 5,000 will go to the Board of Commissioners for their consideration, and anything over $10,000 spent on this unit price contract will still come before council for consideration. So I would happily entertain any questions for items A through H.
If these are fairly straightforward, if there are no questions for Chase, I would accept a motion for approval of A through H.
So moved.
Thank you, Willow.
Second, Mayor.
Thank you, David. Motion's been made and seconded that we approve the purchase orders and bid recommendations listed as A through H. All in favor say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? I'm sorry, was there someone opposed? No, okay, thank you then. Then those carry. Chase, just to begin your presentation, if I think the council tonight faces what is truly a historic opportunity to address a very significant environmental problem in our community. I think for decades, we've been aware of the pollution that has been placed into Scott County soil from the private treatment plants at the trailer park. I'm talking about historically. they're being operated correctly today. But historically, there's been a lot of history at this trailer park. Some of it fairly infamous history from the previous owner going to prison and a lot of difficulties. I think tonight I wanted to mention citizens like Roy Cornett, who have brought this to our attention for a very long period of time. People like Gene Thomas, the environmentalist from Wedco Health District, who kept track of the violations for 20 years and tried to make progress here. And 6 years ago, we kind of said, okay, we must fix this problem. It represents an environmental and a humanitarian crisis, and we must fix it. And the council and the water board and Wedco and others, and frankly, the owners have done everything they can do to help us get to the point tonight. But I could not be more proud of the fact that we're able tonight to bring you a package, an engineering and funding package that addresses this environmental problem and corrects some other problems within our existing system as well. Threading this needle is something that has been remarkable, and I want to compliment. There'll be plenty of time for compliments, but Chase, why don't you go ahead with your presentation?
Thank you, Mayor. To reiterate, I'm very pleased that we finally have this opportunity tonight to present this whole project, all parts of it to council tonight. I think I can run through the presentation of all the documents that we need to present for council consideration. It'll take me about 25 minutes, but I do encourage you to ask questions as we go. Joining us on the meeting tonight are our two project managers from our design consultant, Hazen and Sawyer. It's Kurt Zender and John Schubarth. I think they're signed on to the meeting. And as the mayor said, this presentation is a result of 3 years work on behalf of Georgetown Municipal and 6 years work on behalf of the city of Georgetown, and probably many, many more years on behalf of folks like Gene Thomas. So everybody see the screen. This is a PowerPoint presentation. I assume that everyone in the meeting today has some level of familiarity with the South Sewer Extension project, even if it's just by name, but the level of familiarity is probably very different. And because we all have that different experience with the project, we are going to take the time to go back and talk about how the project's evolved over time, the history, and how we've arrived at where we are today. So our agenda for this presentation is as follows. As I said, we'll start with a brief overview of the project history that includes the objectives, challenges, and our selected design alternative that we've worked with. I think most everyone has some understanding of this history. The lion's share of our presentation and discussion tonight will revolve around all of the agreements that require approval and execution, as well as the project cost. Within your council packet, I believe you have the proposed user agreement, the sources of funding, the funding agreement, the lease agreement, privilege fee agreement, service area ordinance information, easement information, and contracts. We peppered you with information and probably did not give you enough time to digest it. That's not our intent, but just so you know, I think that the city attorney has still been in negotiation with the owners of the mobile home park, even into late morning, early afternoon today. So that's the explanation for that. My hope is that through this presentation, we will be able to explain the purpose of each document, how the documents fit together to make this extremely complex effort move forward. So questions at this time? Okay. Let's see here. Again, the purpose of the project is to eliminate 2 packaged wastewater treatment plants in Spindletop Mobile Home Park and Ponderosa Mobile Home Park at the Scott County and Fayette County line. As you can see here is the county line. We have US 25, Georgetown Road, Spindletop on this side of Lyle Road, and Ponderosa over here. Those are commonly, you'll hear me refer to them as Georgetown Mobile Estates together. The mobile home parks and or the parks are owned by a investment trust called COM 2013. So we refer to that as COM, or the owners. And those parks, if you see my mouse here on the screen, they're served with wastewater service, sanitary sewer service. As the service there is discharged through one of these 2 packaged wastewater treatment plants. Currently, there are around 380 mobile homes that house over 200 residents within Georgetown Mobile Estates, and the park is actually expandable out to 500 units. Again, the mobile home parks discharge wastewater to one of 2 packaged plants that you can see are in pretty poor condition. The packaged plants are well past their useful life, their useful service life, and they experience in the past a number of permit violations. Let's keep in mind the background here. Why it's important to us is these packaged plants discharge to a tributary of Cane Run Creek. Cane Run Creek runs adjacent to the Royal Springs Aquifer Recharge Area, and Royal Spring is the primary source water for Georgetown Municipal Water and Sewer Service drinking water customers. These packaged plants pose, as the mayor said, an environmental issue that is just unacceptable. So, project background: this project consists of 2 main elements. First, we have designed a completely new collection system within the mobile home park, consisting of approximately 16,000 linear feet of gravity collector sewer. Those sewers will no longer discharge to the packaged plants. And second, we've designed a new gravity interceptor sewer along US 25 that will discharge to a new regional pump station and force main that will convey the wastewater to wastewater plant number 1. Going back and talking about, since inception, the project goals, we have to meet the minimum funding requirements for the multiple funding sources that we have for the project. We're going to discuss those funding sources later. Meeting the requirements has been similar to that saying of threading the needle from 100 yards away. And that's the reason for a number of these agreements. These agreements all have to do with funding sources for the most part. Project goal: we have to stop the sewer discharge from the package plants to Cane Run Creek. We need to protect Georgetown's drinking water source, our supply water from Royal Spring. Also, in discussion on this project is how does it affect the Greenbelt? We put great effort into how we will protect the Greenbelt in Scott County between Georgetown and the Fayette County line after sanitary sewer service is installed in this area. And again, we've just got to fix and eliminate these package treatment plants. The challenges on this project are many. First and foremost, the project funding. We have bid this project. We know the true project cost. Can we afford this project? How can we appropriately and fairly size the infrastructure in order to not open up the US 25 corridor to new development, going against the long fostered community desire to maintain this green belt of undeveloped land between the southern boundary of the city and the Fayette County line. Another challenge: how does the public view this project? Is this really a city of Georgetown problem? Is this really a Georgetown municipal problem? Why are state and federal regulators not making the owner fix this problem on their own? And can we have consensus among all contributing entities on how this project should be structured and funded? Just for your information, the City of Georgetown, Georgetown Municipal, COM, Scott County Fiscal Court, LFUCG, Kentucky Infrastructure Authority, the Kentucky Energy and Environment Cabinet, as well as all of our ratepayers, all have differing ideas about whether we should be doing this project as a public-private partnership? And if so, how should the deal be structured? We've negotiated 7 executable agreements for this project and have easements on 20, will require easements on 21 properties. There's no lack of complexity to this project, the South Sewer Extension. Again, on our engineering, we started this project back in 2018 with execution of an engineering contract with Hazen for planning, alternatives analysis, design, permitting, bidding, construction admin, and inspection services. After the design was complete, and actually late 2019, some time ago, Hazen has actually remained working on the project to assist us with the negotiation of all these agreements that I keep referencing. So we had this dead period from when they actually finished the design to when we got everything negotiated and we're ready to bring this to the board and council for consideration. And Hazen has not stopped working in that period where they were really not under any sort of scope of services. Excuse me. The Georgetown Municipal staff and the design team went through an in-depth alternatives analysis to develop the optimal design that would meet our project objectives. Hazen evaluated different alternatives on the criteria of life cycle cost, constructability, operability, and a combination of approved growth in the project corridor. We evaluated 13 different alternatives and ultimately considered and studied 9 different methods by which Georgetown Municipal could convey sanitary sewer discharge from Georgetown Mobile Estates to the GMWSS system and eliminate the need for these package plants. The 3 best alternatives were presented to the board and council back in 2018. I know that was a different council, and we actually had a different board at that time as well. The selected alternative for our final design was based on a construction of a regional pump station located along Cane Run Creek in the vicinity of the intersection of Paynes Depot here and the bypass. And here's the location of the pump station. We will construct a new collection system, all new gravity sewers within the Georgetown Mobile Estates, consisting of approximately 16,000 linear feet of that gravity sewer that ultimately Georgetown Municipal will take ownership and operation of. We're going to construct a new gravity interceptor sewer from Georgetown Mobile Estates along Lexington Road US 25 to a point that we've termed the knuckle as this bend in the gravity sewer. Then the gravity sewer turns northwest, runs along Cane Run Creek, again to this regional pump station, discharge to the regional pump station, pump through a new force main to an acceptable location in our existing system, and then on to wastewater plant number 1. The design gives Georgetown Municipal the opportunity to serve developable land that is within our current service area that we currently do not have a way to sewer. I think you probably know those properties. They're over here along the bypass. This property here, these are all looking for sewer service. Currently, we don't have a way of doing that. The proposed South Sewer Extension project will provide sewer service for all 3 of these service areas, these boundaries in orange first, in blue, and in this pink or magenta boundary. With this infrastructure, we will be able to provide reliable sanitary sewer service to all properties within these 3 service areas. Also within, as you can see on the map, we have these blue boxes. Those are existing pump stations. With this installation of this new infrastructure, we will be able to eliminate up to 8 actually existing pump stations by redirecting flow to the new infrastructure. And keep in mind that a lot of these pump stations themselves are past their useful life. This project was advertised for bids in October of 2020. Georgetown Municipal received an open bids on October 29th, 2020, with the low bid being submitted by Howell Contractors. And if you recall, as we needed to also receive bids for our plant number 1 upgrade and expansion, we asked Howell to hold their bid through March of this year, 2021. Howell agreed to hold their bid under the condition that they would be allowed to submit price changes if material costs increase during that bid hold time. I think the logical question going forward is who is responsible for paying the capital cost of the different parts of the South Sewer Extension infrastructure. Georgetown Municipal will be paying for this 3,000 feet of force main, the regional pump station, and the gravity sewer interceptor out to US 25. That is the portion of the infrastructure that we benefit from as an organization. Therefore, we are paying for it. Once we go to construction, we will pay for any change orders that arise on this part of the project. We are considering the gravity interceptor sewer from this point away from our system in the collection system within the park. We're considering that as we would for any other new development brought by any other developer. That's an extension. Therefore, the developer or the mobile home park owner in this case is responsible for the cost of this portion of the project. That is how we thought that the costs were fairly allocated between the parties. And obviously they will pay for any change orders during construction for this portion of the project. The owners of the mobile home park will also be required to pay a privilege fee for use of our part of the project as a way to help us recuperate our costs. Privilege fees are nothing new with our system. Again, this will be privilege fee number 16. We have 15 other privilege fee areas within our system. This will just be the newest one. So that's a very quick 30,000 foot overview of the planning, the design, and the bidding of this project. Do I have any questions at this point?
This, Taste, just to mention, this overview really provides a great illustration, a visual of how the project breaks down. And in a few moments, when Chase runs through the funding for it, we can see how this becomes very relevant. It'll also be important for council to recall all of the improvements that are being done to our portion of our system, and the method of funding that becomes an important consideration.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, our portion of the project you're going to see in the cost, it is significant, but this completely upgrades our entire sanitary sewer system on the southern part of the city. And this is hopefully a methodology by which we do further development or redevelopment within our system, that we look at regional solutions instead of individual different parts of our system. All these individual pump stations that serve small areas, it is much more cost effective and much more effective from an operation standpoint to have these regional facilities. And that's what we will try to work toward in the future. So,
Mayor, I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
For did you said like the areas that will come on, can they come online first, like the orange and the blue, and then the inner, so they can come on while the rest of the project is continuing, or not?
We're going to be one of the documents that you'll see, Karen, that in fact we're still finalizing it, is going to lay out very clearly who can sign on in that orange area and who can't. We think we have to be exceptionally clear that the intention of this is to solve existing problems and yet not open up our green belt for rampant development. So you'll hear some guidelines about that. You'll also hear our approach to protecting ourselves from that is going to be ordinance based.
Okay. And what about the section that's in the blue? When would that be ready for development or to come online?
What will happen, Karen, is those property owners, and you know some of them are, we've heard about them for a long time, and we simply have no way to get them sewer today.
Right.
And in fact, what we see on the other side of the bypass and a lot of that magenta is the result of where our water and sewer company have grown very neatly and within their budget, but they've done so by looking at it a lot on a year-to-year basis. And we end up with a bunch of smaller areas served by smaller pump stations. And one of the real values to this project was Hazen and Sawyer stepping back and giving us a 30,000-foot view instead of a 1-year view. And what this showed us, Karen, is because of the intention of the Bryn-Gardners and other property owners to immediately develop that, and they have applications in front of GMWSS, with this under construction, we can now price them a privilege fee agreement to come down from that blue triangle more toward the knuckle that they've described. And the developer put that infrastructure in with his own privilege fee agreement. And we think that'll happen very quickly just because of the commercial demand and their desire to do it.
Okay, so does the whole project have to get, the complete project have to get done before, like if the developer says, yes, we want to tie on tomorrow, does the complete project have to get done before they can tie into it? Or are you still able to, like the orange comes first, the blue comes second, the magenta comes last?
I think in reality, and Chase or one of our engineers bail me out here, I think it's all going to be one massive project that starts and then finishes.
Okay, all right, that's what I was kind of
be ready.
looking for.
And then if some of those developers want to build that trunk line down to intercept our new line, they can probably be planning for that right now and meet us when we get there.
Gotcha. Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking of.
Okay.
We will,
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Finkelsames, we will have a discussion on the schedule toward the end. And as the mayor said, it's really, everything has to be complete before we can have those new connections. But if there is somebody out there that wants that service now, we're going to work with them, as the mayor said, in order to complete their line extension projects and our overall project at the same time to get them online as soon as possible. I think that'll be in sometime in 2023, right around the time wastewater plant number 1 is coming online.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Case, can I ask a follow-up question to Aaron's question, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you look at the area shaded inside the orange.
Yes, sir.
If you're starting at the bottom of the screen where the trailer park is, and then moving directly up the screen there, does that stop at is that Grace Christian Church there? Is that where that stops?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then on the left side of 25, directly across from the trailer park, I'm assuming that's where Josie's, the restaurant, used to be. Is
Yes.
that okay? Then where does that stop as you're going back towards Georgetown on that side?
Right here. Is my mouse visible on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. That is, I don't know the street name off the top of my head, but it's the property owned by I believe it's Bluegrass
Baptist Church.
It's Coleman Lane, New Coleman Lane.
And that the Bluegrass Church is I guess the northernmost property that is included in the service area.
Okay.
And that pastor, Mark, you'll recall, came before the council and congratulated the council on that decision.
Okay, thank you.
Great questions. Thank you. Kind of brings us to the present. So how do we tie all this together? We have all these agreements, and I'm going to try to give you an overall or an overview of each one. And Andrew and Devin will be here to help me answer questions that you have. This is taking a village. So I guess first is, how do we establish the rights and responsibilities of all these stakeholders, whether it's COM, Georgetown Municipal, the city? So we've established this user agreement to do just that. That's in your council packet. The user agreement establishes the rights and responsibilities of the city, Georgetown Municipal, and the current or any future owner of Georgetown Mobile Estates. The current owner is actively marketing the property for sale, so the user agreement binds the current or any future owner to the terms and conditions that we've set forth in the user agreement. The user agreement describes how we're going to administer the construction contract. It establishes the method of payment for Georgetown Mobile Estates portion of the project for two parts. One is a monthly payment of the debt service for the cost of the infrastructure, their portion. And then second is just a monthly sewer usage fee. And the user agreement defines which party is responsible for the various parts of the infrastructure. Again, which party is responsible for construction change orders during the project. And past that, you have the user agreement in your council packet. I really want this to be kind of an overview of all these documents. I don't want to waste your time reading all of them. And so that's the overview. And I'd just like to open the floor for questions on the user agreement.
For council's benefit, some of the things that we've talked about previously that are in the user agreement, where we determine everything from what our protections are, the way they operate the plant, the fact that we have one customer, the user agreement is incredibly detailed, and it works. And it seamlessly ties together these other documents in a way that work and that we believe protect our citizens and ratepayers. And I'll stop rambling, Chase, and let you go ahead.
Chase, quick question for you. Who drafted the, I guess, the user agreement?
The user agreement was drafted by the CAO, the city attorney, myself. We had help from Hazen. We had help from the city's outside counsel, Sturgill Turner. Glenn Williams, a member of our administrative board, had input. And then obviously on the other side of the table, the legal representation of COM 2013, that is the attorneys with Shepard and Mullen. They represented and helped us with the user agreement from their client's point of view. So it's had a lot of input, and we've made it as bulletproof as possible to protect the city and Georgetown Municipal's interest, but as well as being fair and protecting the interest of the owner of the mobile home park.
Okay, good answer. Thank you.
Next, we have the funding agreement. The Georgetown Mobile Estates owner and the city of Georgetown are parties to the funding agreement, and it provides for the Georgetown Mobile Estates owner to finance the engineering services for the decommissioning of the package plants and get that work eligible for the KIA loan that is helping us finance this project. The Georgetown Mobile Estates owner selected their own engineer for this work. And in order to make that work eligible for the loan, that engineer has to be a sub-consultant to Hazen. So the funding agreement just describes how the Georgetown Mobile Estates owner will pay for the design services through the city of Georgetown, through Hazen. That's the overview. Open it up to questions.
And council, you might recall, actually, we already passed that second amendment to the Hazen and Sawyer contract, and it was expressly contingent upon this funding agreement being in place. So I don't know if you recall that. I think it's included in your packet as an exhibit, but just wanted to remind council that that was approved.
And all of this detail was required just to address the decommissioning of the package plants, because it's our intention that when we're finished here, that this is cleaned up correctly.
So Chase, I know it's been a little while since we've discussed all this, and you're obviously refreshing our memory. But will there be a specific loan once all the funding has been, at least for the water company or for the city? You know,
Yes, there will. And if you would allow me, Councilmember Lusby, if I could just defer that question till later in the presentation, we're going to talk specifics of the loan and the funding sources.
Okay, perfect.
Other questions on the funding agreement? Okay, move on to the lease agreement. And the lease agreement, again, is between Georgetown Mobile Estates and the City of Georgetown. This is a mechanism by which the City of Georgetown can take temporary ownership of the package plants in the park so that the decommissioning can be included and funded through the KIA loan. The KIA, the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority, will not loan that money to a private entity. It has to go through the city. So this is just a mechanism by which the city can take temporary ownership of those package plants so we can fund that work through the loan. Keep in mind, the City of Georgetown and GMWSS are not responsible for operating the package plants through this agreement, and we inherit no liability from this ownership. So if there are permit violations during this period of time of this lease agreement, those still go to the mobile home park owner, not the city or Georgetown Municipal. So questions on the lease agreement? Next is the privilege fee agreement number 16. As I said earlier, Georgetown Municipal will establish a privilege fee agreement in order to recapture capital costs for the GMWSS portion of the infrastructure that I outlined. Any entity that discharges flow through this portion of the sewer infrastructure, i.e. anybody that benefits from this portion of the infrastructure, will pay a privilege fee to Georgetown Municipal, since we are paying that initial installation cost. That includes the Georgetown Mobile Estates owner. That includes any future participating owners, such as anybody that would develop, such as the Bryn Garden property. We utilize these privilege fees all over our system. Like I said, this is the 16th that we have across our system. This doesn't require council consideration and approval. I just wanted you to know that it was part of the overall package, part of the funding of the project. So any questions on the privilege fee?
Chase, I know that the privilege fees get funded, on the front end by someone. Are all the entities participating in the funding? And then I'll let you answer that question first.
No, that's a great question. And we've set up privilege fees in the past in both methods where there can be multiple parties that pay into the initial cost of the infrastructure, or we have one party that's supplying that funding for the initial infrastructure. In this case, it's that simple model. So Georgetown Municipal is supplying all of that funding for the interceptor sewer, the pump station, and the force main. So anybody that ties onto it and benefits will repay us and us alone.
No, I get that's great. That's good. And then what's do you know the interest that's charged on that? I know that those accrue interest.
I believe it is prime +1.
I mean, that's very fair to the water company, considering at what rate you're going to be borrowing your money. So anyway, okay, good answers.
Thank you. Any other questions on privilege fee?
Chase, one more. Do you know the size of the privilege fee? I guess that kind of goes to the financing at the end. Do you want to wait until then?
Yes, sir. I know I can tell you, I think it is, if I recall off the top of my head, I think that the total acreage within those three, the orange, the blue, and the magenta boundaries, I believe John and Kurt can chime in. I think it was 1,669 acres. And so that came out to a per acre unit cost of just under $10,000 per acre.
Okay. And then the total, the aggregate, you know, I guess that's at the end, right?
Well, I mean, yes, that's at the end.
Okay.
So I'm going to move on to service area ordinance. And in your packet, you have a memo from me describing a service area ordinance that the CAO, the city attorney, and I will be bringing to council for consideration in the very near future. We're installing infrastructure in an area of the city and the county where development has long been discouraged. Georgetown wants to maintain this green belt between the, as I said, the southern boundary of the city and the Fayette County line. It's even thought of so much that it is included in the Georgetown Scott County Comprehensive Plan. And just being honest, installation of this infrastructure will spur and encourage development in that area. The service area ordinance is just an added layer of security to prevent that development or control it in a responsible way. The service area ordinance has been drafted and it's currently under legal review to make sure that it is written the correct way and it's accomplishing the goals that it's intended to. And once complete, again, it will be presented to the city council for consideration. That's the overview. I've got the green belt as outlined in the comp plan on the screen. Any questions on service area ordinance and the future plans for that?
Case, just to quibble slightly with the wording. I think that when we put this infrastructure in place, the pressures to development will increase. But I'm not sure, I don't want to say it that development will increase. The pressures will. It's our job to design something that will stand up to that. So I don't want to be quite as fatalistic as the way you phrased it.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting me.
Okay.
I apologize there. Yeah, it just a method by which we can try to uphold those community goals.
And we do, Chase mentioned, this will come back to the council very quickly. We recognize that this needs to be put to bed at the same time just about the same time this plan is adopted.
Other questions? Easements. The project will require easements on 21 properties owned by 11 different property owners. The project will require one property purchase. That's for the site of the pump station. We have successfully negotiated easements on 20 of the 21 properties, and the city council has approved the city attorney on the filing of the petition for condemnation on that final property. I didn't include the easements in your documents, but I will happily make those available to anybody that wants to review those. And that's where we are. Any questions on easements?
Jace, can you refresh our memory on how many pump stations this will take offline?
Up to 8.
Which is significant. I can't remember the total number, but it seems like it was in the 30s.
A total number of our pump stations?
Yes, sir.
56.
56. Still a good percentage.
So yes, and those stations, especially as they age, they require more staff, more preventative maintenance, and more replacement. As I'm sure the council recalls, it seems like every meeting I bring a a purchase order for rebuilding a pump or replacing a pump or a valve. And that's just that happens more frequently with the age of the pump station. So if we can reduce our number of stations, that's always going to be a good thing. Moving on, included in our project costs that we're going to review shortly is contract amendment number 3 for Hazen. And contract amendment number 3 includes 1 deduction, 1 credit, 2 additions to their original contract. These additions include additional design work related to to support on the user agreement, the funding agreement, lease agreements, and also additional KIA support services. As you recall, I said earlier, they finished their design work back in late 2019, yet they've stayed working with us, supporting the utility and the city on this till present. And we've not paid them for any of that work. So part of this is factored in for repaying for those services as well. When we originally discussed this project, we based Hazen's scope and fee on an 18-month construction process for construction administration and resident inspection. We ended up bidding this project. We realized it was larger in scope. We bid this project for a 24-month construction process. So we've had to increase their fee for an additional 6 months on construction admin related work. So the contract amendment number 3 is for $212,966.67. And it's important to note that that fee is split proportionally between Georgetown Municipal and the Georgetown Mobile Estate owner. So any questions on contract amendment number 3? So how's the project going to be funded? This project is funded through a KIA, that's Kentucky Infrastructure Authority, low interest loan, and that the rate of that loan, the interest rate, is 0.5% for 30 years. That loan rate in term is not their standard. It was obtained because folks like Gene Thomas, they went out and did a income verification survey a number of months ago, and the mobile home parks residents fit very easily into the low to moderate income category as defined by KIA. And so the project overall, including all of our work, became eligible for that 0.5% interest rate. So we took advantage of that. That's why we wanted to make this a project that if we were going to be involved, we needed to do this in a manner that it upgraded our system as well. So within, in addition to that low interest loan, KIA is offering $1 million in principal forgiveness. We also, the city staff put this funding package together a number of years ago. We received $1 million, over $1 million through a non-coal grant that's been used to pay for most of the design to date. We've received $750,000 through a 319 grant that is specifically awarded for us to include all new service lateral installations within the mobile home park for every mobile home unit that is there, and all of the ones that are platted. LFUCG is contributing $475,000 to the project, and their contribution is paying for capacity within the infrastructure that should someone ever want to decommission the package plant further into Fayette County. That's at, I believe, Maple Grove Mobile Home Park, and they want to fund a project for the infrastructure to get it to our pipeline. We will reserve capacity in that pipeline for this $475,000. The City of Georgetown and Scott County Fiscal Court are also contributing $250,000 each. Any questions on the funding package?
Chase, just to point out in better detail, that non-coal grant was originally awarded by the Kentucky General Assembly to the Scott County Fiscal Court to help pay for the old reservoir project. When the reservoir project got stalled because of approval from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Scott County Fiscal Court worked with the General Assembly to have that money redirected from a dormant reservoir project to this very functional project. So it's a contribution that the court helped us with.
That was very nice, Mayor. We appreciate your help on that. Was it during your administration?
Well, it was back when I was on the court.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you. Thank you. Chase, what happens with the money from Fayette County, that $475,000? Where does that go in the meantime until it might be used or needed?
I'm going to let Andrew or Devin field that if they don't mind. I think they're a little more familiar with the allocation of that money.
Yeah, David. So under our memorandum of agreement with LFUCG, we will invoice them for 50% of that amount on execution of our contract, and then they'll pay the remaining amount upon substantial completion of the project. So that's just, it's not earmarked in any way. It's just construction costs, but we'll get half of it up front and half of it upon substantial completion.
Okay. So it sounded like Chase was saying that it would be for the future decommission of a pump station, maybe upstream, but we're allowed to go ahead and use it towards this project, and then we would allocate that amount of money.
It's kind of like a bartering tool. I mean, a condition of their memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreement was that we reserve that bit of capacity, that if they wanted to pay to extend the line, we would welcome that, but it's a contribution to the project.
Okay. Okay.
That's right. I think it's better to characterize that as a condition. Don't forget that part of the mobile home parks lie in Fayette County. So that $475,000 is really reflecting that fact. But that was one of their conditions, was that we would reserve that capacity.
Okay. So the 475, it goes to work. It doesn't sit in an escrow account. It actually goes towards the construction cost.
Correct.
So this 3.8 million, then this is kind of like the down payment towards this project. So this doesn't have anything to do, I won't say it doesn't have anything to do with financing. It has a lot to do with financing, but this isn't being financed.
This is just what little bit of cash we've got, cash and grants we've got in the deal. We're getting ready to show you the big number.
Okay.
This is the baby number.
Okay.
So between our board meeting Friday, where the board approved this project, I went through what you can find as Exhibit C to the user agreement, and that is the cost allocations worksheet. And I'm happy to go through that tonight, but instead I just kind of gave you the bottom line numbers. And again, I'm happy to bring that other worksheet back up. We can go through that down into the weeds like we did with the board, but just for kind of the overall numbers, the total cost of the project for both our non-construction and our construction cost before subtracting out that project funding, that 3.8 million, is just over $24.1 million. And that's all of our construction plus design, legal, easements, property purchase, KIA administration, all of those things tallied up is the $24.1 million. The total cost after the funding, after the privilege fee goes from Georgetown Mobile Estates to us, Georgetown Municipal's portion of this project is $14,663,923.82 based on all of the hard numbers that we have now. The total cost to Georgetown Mobile Estates owner or future owner will be $5,658,000 $658,100.85. Again, those are kind of the 30,000 foot numbers, the most important numbers. But if I need to bring up that Exhibit C and run you through that, that is kind of the in-depth breakdown of where everything goes in the project. You just let me know what you want to see and what explanation you want to hear.
I apologize. Say where the 3.8 came into play again.
If you take the 3.8 million away from this number, that is roughly where you get the summation of these two numbers.
Gotcha.
Some other factors in there, again, the privilege fee, some parts that are additional to the mobile home park owners' cost. But the 24.1 million is the total project cost before funding. Take out that $3.8 million, and that's where you get the division of these numbers. And we allocated costs between Georgetown Municipal and the Georgetown Mobile Estates. We did that through the bid process and construction. We actually, our bid schedule was separated out into those different parts that I told you earlier in the presentation. We actually had all of the bidders had to fill that out specifically for the two different portions, or it's actually three different portions, but it was what costs are allocable to Georgetown Municipal, what parts are allocable to Georgetown Mobile Estates. And so those separations within our bid schedule on the construction contract are actually, that's how we arrived at these numbers here on your screen.
Gotcha. So the 14 million is how much we're going to end up financing. Is that right?
That's correct. And the project split comes out to roughly 70-30. We're responsible for about 70% again. Georgetown Mobile Estates the 30%.
So do you know where their funding will come from, or their 5.6 million? Are they getting financing? Do they need a mortgage on the property?
They're in this financing package, David. Our total loan to us is not $14 million. Our total loan is more like $20 million. That's why the user agreement is protecting us concerning the cash flow and the payments from the owners.
Okay.
Our loan in the name of the city of Georgetown is going to be the total of those two numbers.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm lost. Where did the KIA number come in? You sit up here at the 24 million, but when you add the two together down here.
I'm going to bring up the actual sheet. I apologize. I probably tried to make this too simple for the benefit of the presentation tonight. Let me bring up the actual cost allocation spreadsheet and go through that for you. Okay, everybody see the Excel spreadsheet? This is Exhibit 2 or Exhibit C of the user agreement. And let me run you through how we put this together. Our hard costs for construction, again, how I said that we bid this out in sections. There were 3 sections to our bid schedule on the project. Section 1A, that was a cost attributable to Georgetown Municipal. That's this column. Then the next column is everything attributable to COM, the mobile home park owner. And then this column is everything attributable to Georgetown Municipal. So we got within our construction contract, I'm sorry, let me go back. These are the 3 columns, again, who's responsible for paying what. Then down this column, we have first all of our non-construction costs, KIA administration, legal, land, all of our various engineering costs. Then we get to the actual construction costs. That was the 3 contract sections, 1A, 1B, and 2. We did have an increase from the contractor for that extended bid hold period. So we knew these construction costs as hard numbers that we could allocate to both parties. Up here, we did not really know how to do that, so we just did the construction for the percentages based on our construction bids. For contract section 1A, that was 54% of the contract. Contract 1B to COM, that was about 31% of the contract. And then portion for Georgetown Municipal, that came up to about 15%. So we took these percentages for what was allocable to Georgetown Municipal and COM, and we redistributed by those same percentages all of the non-construction cost. So as we come down the spreadsheet, then we add back in we subtract out the funding. That's the $3.8 million here. I'll go back. The total project cost again is that 24.1 million. That's all of these non-construction and construction costs summed on this side to 24.1. Then we came down and we subtract out the 3.8 million. That gives us what we owe for the project overall, $20.3 million. The funding is subtracted out again according to the three contracts here, here, and here. So that gives us our cost is the sum of these two numbers. I've got that down here as the 14.6. That is the summation of these two numbers after funding, plus adding back in the privilege fee that COM will pay to us. Their portion is their total cost plus a privilege fee that they will pay to us. And then the sum of those two equal the total project cost after funding. You can see that this cell and this cell add up. They're the same number. And that's our total project cost. Then our KIA loan amount that encompasses the whole project is this number plus their percentages for administrative and contingency fees, plus a percentage that we asked for an increase when we changed the project scope that was as a result of the bid hold. So that's a lot of information, and I'm happy to break that down further or let you look at that and ask me questions now. But
nope, that helped a lot, Chase. I appreciate it.
This was kind of the master funding spreadsheet, and I apologize for trying to skip this part and just kind of give you the top numbers, but hopefully that makes sense. But again, we can spend as much time as you want on this part.
Chase, help me understand how much you allocated towards the COM. Is that what you're saying? Like COM? Is that the way you pronounce it?
I'm sorry, I'll just say Georgetown Mobile Estates. Their portion total is all of these cost totaled. This is their non-construction, their construction, right, plus all of the project funding that was allocated to their portion. So theirs comes to a total of the 5.06 million plus their privilege fee that comes. They're paying for that 591,000. That's their privilege fee. It's adding on their total, coming off our total.
Okay. So how do they pay their $5 million or their privilege fee?
That's where we go back and look at the user fee, or the user agreement, and there's the two portions of their funding, which first is just the monthly sewer charge. That's not included anywhere on this sheet. That's just their monthly usage charge. And then the second part is their monthly repayment of the debt service through the KIA loan.
So we're, in a sense, we're obtaining funding on their behalf. Is that
absolutely? That's perfect way of saying it.
But David, on the privilege fee portion, the terms of the user agreement, not the one that's in the packet, but that's one of the minor changes that we've made in negotiations. That privilege fee will be due on substantial completion of the project. So that will be due in full. But the remaining portion will be covered under the funding terms, the monthly payments committed to GMWSS.
So the 5.9 will be paid in full upon completion.
Substantial completion, yes.
And then the 5 million will be rolled into the financing package.
Right, the user agreement funding portion, I forget the section number, but that covers exactly how that fee is calculated.
Yeah.
In addition to the sewer usage fee that everybody else in the system would pay, they'll pay that additional debt service.
So they'll pay their fair mortgage payment each month for the next, was it 30 years? I can't remember. Yeah. Was it the 0.5% interest rate? Is that what we're talking about on the whole project?
Yes, with a 0.2% administrative fee as well. So total
And
point.
that is the difference there between the total cost and the loan amount. The total loan amount is like the closing cost or administrative fee.
That is part of it.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, it's going to get financed for 30 years. That's a fixed interest rate at 0.5%. So they're going to know what their payment is for the next 30 years.
Yes, and I believe one of the exhibits in your sources of funding was the amortization schedule of the entire KIA loan. And we also did one that breaks out just Georgetown Mobile Estates portion.
Base council didn't get all of the incorporated documents to the user agreement because I thought a 250-page packet was enough, but I am glad to share that amortization spreadsheet.
Yeah, and I apologize. I could not open the email today at work just because it was a link. And then I was running a little bit tight on time getting home. So I just haven't had a chance to review everything. Plus, you all are the ones that have kind of gotten down in the weeds, as you say, and we're kind of skimming the surface. I'm just trying to understand it. It's a big deal. So
absolutely. I think what you said, Councilmember Lusby, the Georgetown Mobile Estates cannot apply for this KIA loan.
Right.
Georgetown Municipal cannot apply for a KIA loan. It can only be applied for by a city. So the city is borrowing the money for both parts of the project, and then we'll be paid. But this came up with our board. The debt actually goes on Georgetown Municipal's balance sheet. It's based on our rate structure.
So what collateral do we have with them?
I'm gonna let Devin and Andrew answer that.
David, we're not necessarily using collateral. We're using a bonding. We're requiring them to post a bond over the life of the loan that is renewed every year, but every 5 years that bond amount gets adjusted. Plus we have a few legal mechanisms that give us additional protections, but this is not a mortgage situation because we're not allowed to have a mortgage.
Okay. I got you. So the bond would be a $5 million bond essentially starting off?
Right.
6 million, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's 5.1 million to start. And that's due upon substantial completion as well. And then like Andrew said, every 5 years, that'll be adjusted in accordance with the outstanding debt.
Did we get a good view of their financial picture and, their cash flow and their whole analysis? Is that something you all were at least privy to, or our consultants were privy to? I'm just curious.
That's not something that we were privy to, David. But more importantly, they made no bones about the fact that a large part of their what they're trying to accomplish here is to get they're an investment trust. They're not a owner of trailer parks. They are in the process of trying to get this into a place where they can sell it to someone who is in the business of operating a mobile home park. So we feel like we put provisions in, regardless of who owns it, to make sure that it gets paid every year, and that if it doesn't, that there are consequences to where we aren't left holding the bag.
Well, I have a question along with David. So I know that they don't own it and they're trying to sell it. So is there anything in the agreement that when they sell it, that this debt is incorporated in it and this debt could be paid off to where we would just owe on our part?
Yes, this will be their assignment provisions, and this will be recorded and run with the land. And if, I don't know, I believe it's in section maybe 13 of the user agreement, we provide those successors and assigns provisions. So any future owner will be obligated just the same as the current owner, because we do see the writing on the wall that this is going to be sold probably in the near future.
And we had previously, I think, in these conversations reported to the council early in our discussions that since we could not take a mortgage, its constitution won't allow Kentucky to take a mortgage. We had to find other ways to secure our citizens' interest. We first went at that with a first assignment of rents and even a third-party collector to collect those rents and pay us first. But that was going to have such an effect on their ability to sell the property under that kind of operating restriction that we came back to what we thought was even a more powerful instrument. And that was the bond that will cover both our operating cost and the principal and interest payment cost. So, we had worked our way through these possibilities. It's been a part of this multi-year filtration of what were the things that would work that the owners could tolerate, and what were the things that would work that the city felt were reasonable. And this is that very narrow strip of grass that was left. But remarkably, there's still a strip of grass that everyone agrees on.
Mayor, I agree with what you're saying, and it's just been a while since we talked about it, and I haven't been refreshed, so I'd kind of forgotten about the issue with the mortgage, but I do recall that now that you're bringing that back to our attention.
Good.
And I like the bond. Obviously, I like the bond issue. I wish we had the assignments of rent as well, but I do like the bond issue.
Is it set up that there's a provision if we were to pay it off early? Are we locked into 30 years?
We could at any time, Tammy, but why would you want to pay off a 0.5%?
Half, you probably wouldn't.
I mean, I can't imagine any scenario where you'd want to do that. But you could if you want to.
Technically, this loan, I think you said it's through the city, but is it really the water company's loan to make, or how will that?
It's a revenue loan, David. So in that regard, it's what we typically have with the water company. You know, they do revenue bonds, and the source of repayment are those revenues. So the KIA thing will be similar to that, but city is directly on the line. It is our loan. It's involved in the water company's balance sheet, just because we own them and it'll eventually roll up into ours.
Did you say it would be on their balance sheet?
Yes, it'll show on their books as well. The water board was clearly a little concerned. They're a board that is a little conservative, and they haven't had to do as many major projects recently. And when you do major projects, there's big debt involved and your ratios change. Well, they haven't had to borrow a lot of money in recent years, but now we're borrowing, we're building a $50 million sewer plant expansion, and we're doing a $24 million project here. So what the water board's having to get used to is their ratios have changed in a way that they're not used to. They've gone from 11% debt to equity ratio, David, of probably 80%. Now it's an appropriate use of debt, and for utilities, I think it's an appropriate place to be. But clearly, this board had to work to get comfortable with that. Is that fair, Chase?
Fair.
Chase, as developers tie in and pay their privilege fee, does that privilege fee pay down the debt to speed up your amortization, or?
It could be, as the mayor said, I don't know that we will want it to, but please keep in mind that you brought up a great point that the financial breakdown for this project, I've assumed worst case scenario. So I've not assumed any of the new customer base that we are gaining through this project, specifically the mobile home park through the usage fee. And I've not, other than the mobile home parks privilege fee, I've not counted any, or I've not accounted for any other privilege fees being paid, which I believe they will be paid, a few of them rather quickly as this project comes online, because we know we have those other properties that want to develop. But for the consideration for this exercise, none of those privilege fees are factored in.
So you looked at it from an ultra conservative standpoint, which is obviously very good, because you know you're going to have some privilege fee revenue to come in, and then you're going to obviously have customer base revenue in the future. So theoretically, I guess you could use some of this money to pay off other debt if you wanted to lower your loan to value, so to speak, at the mayor.
Absolutely.
Save this one for the very last and work
Absolutely.
towards it.
This will be the last one that we pay off.
Then you can help us with a few of ours.
I like that.
Question for you.
Yes, sir.
The question I've got is, there's two other mobile home parks up in that area. One that is right in behind the little church, just on Lyle Road, just as you turn off Lyle Road, and the other one is across from Philip Pratt's lawn care business. Have we looked at those? Are they tied into the same system, or have you looked at it that way, that far?
If they are within one of those boundaries, which we have all of those properties listed, and those are included in the privilege fee agreement, and they will be included in the service area agreement, they will have the opportunity to tie on. If they are not included in those areas, they will not be permitted to tie on.
Okay, they are included in the area by the map. I had forgotten about them and looked at the map, and it just popped into my head that they were there. So, all right, thank you, sir.
The only thing that's not included in those areas, like I said, is the one that is deeper into Fayette County. I believe it's called Maple Grove. And we will not be responsible for funding an extension. So it would take somebody else, another entity, to fund that extension, which would be very, very sizable cost. All we did for their contribution was include capacity at the pump station for it.
Case?
Yes, sir.
If the total cost of the project were to exceed the $24.1 million, would we pick up that extra cost, or would that still be split 70-30?
It is split, and it's defined that way in the user agreement, that if a construction related change order causes that to go up, if it's on COM's portion, they will pay that. If it's on our portion, we will pay that.
Okay, and just in case that were to happen, we have a plan in place to address that as far as being prepared for that?
Yes.
If it does, okay.
Chase, do you want to, I think you mentioned it briefly earlier. Do you want to kind of go back through the total KIA loan amount to show that buffer? Because I think that's kind of what Mark was getting at. Our current KIA loan amount exceeds the current project cost. So we've got a buffer in there for change orders to our portion of the project.
Just again, based on the project numbers, Mark, this is what I have as what we need currently from KIA for this project. But our loan application, and I don't, Devin, I don't know if you can pull that up, but our actual loan application that is approved is an amount much higher than this that we can borrow up to if needed.
Yeah, I can get that and share it in a bit.
But clearly, we draw only what we need, and we take as a loan only what we need, Mark.
It's 23,540,000, Chase. So the difference between that and what you've got there on the screen is the buffer.
The way that came about, Mark, we had to go back and ask for an increase due to some of the activities with our partners. And we just decided when we went back for the increase, max out the application, and then should we have a problem at some point with this project, it'd be very easy to add it to that low interest loan amount. So we believe we've got a buffer. We don't think that'll happen, but we do think we have a buffer if it does.
And we also, if I understand this correctly, the closing of those 8 other pump stations will save us money as well. And that needs to be thought about as we make this loan.
Yes. And that's something that we, as part of our preliminary engineering on this project, we looked at, as I said, we looked at all those alternatives, and we presented those alternatives to the council back in 2018. And that's kind of a whole separate presentation, but we looked, when we evaluated the different alternatives, we looked at total cost of ownership. If we don't build this regional station and we leave those online, we have to replace those individual pump stations over time. That was factored into that total cost of ownership of just our system in general, and how the regional station proved to be over time one of the cheaper alternatives, even though the initial construction cost is higher.
Thank you.
The other thing I wanted Chase and Devin and Andrew to adequately communicate to you all is how neatly all this stitches together. You all have asked, every one of you that have asked questions, they've been appropriate questions and things that you need to know the answers to. You and the water board and our attorneys and the owner's attorneys have really gone into detail to stitch this together in a way that we think is seamless. And I think there's a handful of people that, but for their involvement, this may have failed. There's no doubt that Chase added a lot to this and helped us get through some incredibly hard conversations internally and just with all the stakeholders. He brought, I think, the right engineers to focus on this particular difficult assessment. As we work through these agreements, there have been times when Andrew led, there have been times when Devin led, there have been times when early, there were times when I got frustrated and others stepped in for me. Andrew got frustrated, if you can imagine that, but came right back down to earth. And Devin showed more maturity than all of the attorneys wrapped up in this from California to New York. This was difficult to put together, and it really taxed people's personalities, and it was hard. So I just want to make sure you all know that some people performed really beautifully in their jobs, or something this complicated just couldn't have happened.
Aaron, I appreciate your comments, and I'm definitely not being critical at all when I ask my questions. And I think you obviously know that. It's just been a while since we talked about it, and poor Greg and Willow. This is kind of whatever you call it. I don't even know what you call it. Trial by fire. I don't even know the term, but anyway, it's a big deal. It's a big undertaking. and it is our responsibility to understand it. And goodness, I'm so thankful that all the people that have been involved in it, as you mentioned, with Chase and Andrew and Devin, yourself and Glenn Williams, and I know the list is much broader than that, but I can see where if it wasn't for all of your efforts, we wouldn't be where we are today. So I'm very appreciative. I'm very supportive, and it has changed. It's evolved. When we were having those initial conversations, it was a few $1 million essentially. We can get some sewer lines out there. We can take care of this. But then, fortunately, with Chase and his board and the team of folks that he has working with him there at the water company, they said, "Hey, let's take a much broader view." You said it, Mayor, a $30,000 view. Take a regional approach to this thing, and let's solve a lot of problems. So there are more benefits to this than what we're talking about tonight. We talked about the elimination of the 8 pump stations, and it's not just the maintenance, but there's manpower time that goes into it. There's electric. You got to pay for the electric that runs those things. Those things are expensive to run. The tap-on fees that we'll get from the new development, the privilege fees, the customer base. There's just there's more positives to it than the spreadsheet can illustrate. So anyway, I'm certainly not being critical, but it's good for any of us to ask difficult questions, and so far so good.
David, I think it's worth reminding everybody that we accepted that House bill grant in August of 2013.
Wow.
Almost 8 years ago. And every year since then, something related to this project has happened. It hasn't always been like a freight train like it has been in the last 2 months, but every single year since then, we have done something with this project. And you're absolutely right. It is completely a different project than it looked in August of 2013.
Yeah.
David, if I may answer your question, I don't know if I can answer this for Willow or not, but this is totally brain numbing right now. But if I've missed out on something, I'd just like to answer or ask one question: is what is the motivation for the owners of the mobile for GME to even agree to this, Chase?
Well, I think that obviously from their standpoint, the marketability of the property with public sewer, it obviously markets better than with service of packaged treatment plants that are in disrepair. And I'm really not even sure. Every once in a while, I look at the Energy and Environment Cabinet's website on the status of those packaged treatment plant permits. And those statuses change because they have to reapply for those permits, same as we have to for our treatment plants. And I guess that at some point that property could be in jeopardy if they're relying on those packaged plants, because at some point the regulators might not renew those packaged plant permits if they continue to be in disarray. So I think it's just for the owner. It's a question of marketability with municipal sewer.
Greg, I think they know that absent this solution, there's a very real risk that this property does not have any sewer capacity. And if it doesn't, it has no cash flow and it has no value. This is the way that they finally saw the light, that this not only protected our community, it gave them the best opportunity to realize the value of their asset.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
At a 5% interest rate.
Yeah, low interest rate. And then when we GMWSS and the city began looking at this opportunity and realized that our improvements could be funded at 0.5%, things became possible within our rate structure that just weren't possible otherwise. So it became a wonderful opportunity that we took advantage of. We grew the project, David. We morphed it significantly into something that did a little better job for the broader community. And I tell you, I knew when we had a document dump just for this one issue that was this big, that you all were getting to see for the first time, that there needed to be a lot of questions. And I think you have done a nice job with those.
I'd be remiss, Mayor, if I didn't say that kind of the board faced the same thing. We gave the board packet last Thursday, late morning, and then Friday at noon, we had the specially called board meeting. So they had roughly 1 day and night to review that package that you just lifted up. And it's not easy to understand how it all fits together. Similar to some of the council members being new and not hearing that presentation back in 2018. We had some board members that were in the same boat, and it's complex. I don't know of any public works project that I've ever heard of, much less been a part of, that had this many moving parts and this many arms. So just that we have it to council tonight for consideration, I'm very proud.
So one of the more ironic things about this presentation tonight for you all is if you look at the second page of your agenda, when we get down under city attorney, item A, we have a single item, municipal order approving the documents related to the South Sewer Extension Project. After many years of work and decades of awareness and all of the consideration that the water board has given and you all have heard tonight, this distills down to a simple municipal order with a voice vote. When you're at the point to be comfortable with that voice vote. It's one of the ironies of the work we do. It's presented in great detail, but the approving document is one that's very straightforward and easy for the council to physically take. But would still be happy to answer any questions about the intent of this or the structure of it.
Chase, when all this was originally discussed, obviously cleaning up the Cane Run stream was a big part of this. And I know it may not be our responsibility to link in to Maple Grove or any of the others, but with this infrastructure in place, will it not be maybe a relatively easy lift if somebody is motivated and has the funding to tie that in? And is there any way that we can put some pressure on some others to get that done?
I will be honest. I've not even explored that. Again, we simply took a number that we anticipated flow that's hitting that package plant, and we added in for the appropriate sizing of our infrastructure. What entities would have to get involved to bring another project, another extension like that to life? I want to get this one done, and then we'll think about that one. But I think that we've certainly left the door open for it, but there will have to be an effort, such as the effort put into this project, to extend the line that far and find the funding for it.
But it would be a straight gravity line. Is that?
I honestly, I don't know whether it can be done by gravity or if there will have to be a pump station that's put in out at Maple Grove to pump that flow. I'm not sure. Not even looked at that project from 30,000 feet yet.
No problem. Well, we'll let the health department, Division of Water, and some of those entities maybe push it this direction.
I think that they're going to have to be involved and have to be the force behind it.
Sure. I didn't expect you to be, or any of us to be, but maybe we can send Roy Cornett over there. He and Gene, they were pretty influential in all of this. And like the mayor said, I appreciate their leadership role and bringing additional awareness to this issue. They certainly supported our efforts in making something happen. I believe that maybe the mayor may have mentioned to me, but was your board unanimous in their vote on this?
Yes, sir.
And were there any questions that you can think of that they asked that maybe we should be asking?
They had a few very good questions related to the timing of the bonds that we're requiring the mobile home park owner to put up, kind of as the security, and we've worked. Devin specifically has worked since Friday to try to, for lack of a better term, beef up and make those provisions stronger within the user agreement. And I think overall, their concern as a fiscally conservative board is just what the mayor already said, is we're utilizing debt on the treatment plant project and this project in record amounts that the utility is not used before. And that's a change in operating philosophy. And so we had a lot of in-depth discussion on that. But really it comes down to, even if we didn't want to utilize that debt for these projects, is if we don't want to do these types of projects, what is our alternative? What's our alternative for not doing a treatment plant expansion? What's our alternative for not doing this project when we've got properties within our service area that we currently can't provide service to? So it's, the debt portion it's not perfect. It's not ideal, but at 0.5% on 30 years, it's also hard to turn down.
So Chase, when you add $20 million in terms of liabilities, did you also add $20 million in terms of assets when you looked at your loan to value?
We've started that, and it's difficult for us to predict right now, but rather than looking at that, we were rerunning a number of rate scenarios with our rate model we developed a couple of years ago. And we still feel like we're in a good position, even with these increased costs. These were somewhat anticipated, not all the way to the amount on this project specifically. We bid this project at probably the all-time high on material prices, and the bids came in well over our engineer's estimate. I just don't think that the timing of this was not anything anybody could help. So again, these are all concerns that the board voiced, but I think when you look at that cost benefit of, what happens if we don't do this project? What happens if we don't expand our treatment plant? We just don't have a choice on these things.
I was just thinking, on this project, did you just look at the debt, or did you add any value because of the debt? Did you change your ratio because of?
We've not changed the ratios yet. We've discussed that, but we've not gotten there yet.
Okay, well, that's positive, right? Because if you have added the asset, then the 80% should go down when you do.
It should. We're working on that. That was something that we tried to have factored in ready for this presentation, but we just weren't there yet.
It's okay, and it's not, to us, I don't know that it's huge or critical, but I do want to ask one question back on the bond. This entity, I assume that they're obviously very well off, but I guess we don't really know exactly how well off. What happens if they can't renew their bond next year?
Devin, did you want to discuss that back with the use of the
securities
within the user agreement?
At the end of what, 2022, Chase, or is it 2023?
It's 2023.
2023. So that will be the first point at which they need to submit their bond to GMWSS. They renew it every 5 years. Like Andrew mentioned earlier, we have other forms of recourse in the event that they're not renewing their bond or they default on the user agreement. We do have forms of recourse via, I don't love that word necessarily, but condemnation and other routes to essentially take over their interest, because we are providing a public purpose. We're preventing a huge public purpose here. But we have those forms of recourse if necessary. The other part that was being added, and I don't know that this is that important, I just thought you're interested in the bonding. They are going to, upon execution of the user agreement, provide a like a cash deposit with GMWSS. That's essentially their security that they will provide the bond initially. And I guess, you know, we have the ability to, that's going to be a very small amount. It's 1 year. It's the first premium due on that bond. So it's not a large amount, but that's kind of their security for actually putting the bond up in the first place. So I guess just if they fail to renew the bond, we have that recourse of the methods Andrew mentioned, condemnation, and also we have the key to the service. So the marketability and the productivity of that property is completely reliant on sewer capacity. And if we don't turn that key on and start that service, the value to their property is pretty much non-existent. So that's that other mechanism we have to get that bond.
Your answer probably makes makes me as more comfortable than anything I've maybe heard tonight. So anyway, that's a very good answer.
One more thing, David, just to add, to clarify what we were talking about earlier. We insisted that that GME, the owners, agreed that they are a retail business ratepayer. Now, all the rates are always going to be the same because we don't differentiate between, we don't have residential and commercial rates, but under statute, they are a retail business ratepayer, and that gives us special legal protections that we don't have with regular residential customers. We've got it in writing that they've agreed that they are that.
Andrew, can you annex? I'm just asking the question. I know it's off the wall here, but through easements of such, would it be an annexable piece of property? And I don't know why we would, other than net profits, which we don't seem to receive, but just a question.
I mean, anything's annexable. The question is whether, and it's less a legal question than a practicality or even a political question. Are you going to annex all the way down US 25 to get to that? And what are you gonna grab all along the way? There, for the longest time, there was talk about corridor annexations and how they weren't really lawful. The Supreme Court has eased up on that a little bit, but the concept is still very controversial. I mean, you're talking about annexing about 1.2, 1.3 miles of federal highway just to get to that property. And the only way you do that is you have to have some interest in some asset that lies in between. And I don't know, I'm not sure that we get there legally or practically.
That's fine. That's an off the wall question anyway. So as far as the documents in terms of us having whatever collateral or whatever the bonding, all that gets recorded, I guess, so that if there is a purchaser, they're aware of everything that goes with the property.
We'll be standing at the courthouse steps, ready to file that.
All right. Is there any more to the presentation, or is that it, Chase?
The only other thing, and I won't even pull the presentation back up, but it did go to Councilmember Tinglesame's question as far as project schedule. And that goes, if approved, this whole package is approved by City Council tonight, that we anticipate issuing notice to proceed to the contractor, notice of award as soon as possible, but notice to proceed probably next month. And then we know that this is a 24-month construction process. So May, June of 2023, that comes in just before, probably 6 months before our wastewater treatment plant number 1 expansion is complete. And that was something that we just can't deal with the combination of those two project schedules. However, we have talked to Division of Water, and this is such a high priority for Division of Water. They have assured us, they said, do not let the completion of your wastewater treatment plant expansion sink this project. So they're going to work with us. They're going to, they just said they don't want this project getting left behind because we're worried about our treatment plant expansion. So I think the projects time up very nicely. And I know that we've got probably some of the property owners that are watching tonight, possibly on the broadcast, that will be calling me tomorrow if approved and saying, when can we start our project? So it's if the South Sewer project is done in May of 2023, we want our project to be done in 2023. So schedule was really all I had left. I know that as the mayor said, that municipal order on the next business item, but I believe, and Devin can correct me if I'm wrong, if council wishes to consider this project as a whole tonight, you'll be considering the user agreement, the funding agreement, the lease agreement, contract amendment number 3 with Hazen, and the construction contract with Howell. And I think with the next part on the agenda that Devin will go into that a little bit more.
There are 2 other items included in that order, and that is the template of the KIA assistance agreement. I say template because until we submit approval and recommendation of award to them, they won't draw up that agreement. So that's their template that I've included in the packet, but obviously our terms will be inserted into that. So that's just asking council to approve that in its substantially similar form. And that I did include, Chase, the easement documents for council to approve as well.
And at the water board meeting Friday, Chase was able to assure the water commissioners, he has got an individual easement plan with every property owner. They know exactly what they're going to do and exactly what they're not going to do. And that's even in the construction contract. I think it's going to be so tightly managed as far as easement expectations that has every promise of going very well. David, the other broad concerns that I heard the water board express Friday, of course, Glenn, true to form, helped us with some detailed legal wording, and literally every paragraph was examined in that regard. So there was that attention to detail. Some board members asked very broad questions about, were we taking adequate steps to protect the green belt with this, and how that really fit into the planning and zoning plan. They were just curious about, had we thought about some of these things big enough? Lewis went to the bond issue and asked some real pointed questions there that led Devin to do more negotiating and actually a stronger agreement. Sure. So their concerns were both specific and broad, but they took about as long as you all did, even though they had a much better understanding going in of the project, and really their questions were very, very thorough, and then they voted unanimously.
Mayor, if I could, I'll go ahead and make the motion for the municipal order for the South Sewer project.
Thank you. Motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll make the second, Mayor.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded to for the municipal order approving all of the documents that you heard described tonight, which stitched together create our South Sewer project. Any more questions for Chase, Devin, or Andrew? If not, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. One of the most amazing things to me about serving as council member and mayor is the amount of effort that goes into some initiatives. And then when they finally happen, it just looks like it was easy as falling off a log. But we know that this took a lot of work, and for all of you all, and for a big lift from the council, thank you very much. Let's see. Devin. Item B under city attorney is first reading of the zoning ordinance amendment with Willow and Karen as sponsors.
All right, Mayor.
Are you going to do first reading?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do first reading for in place of Tracy. So an ordinance amending the Georgetown Scott County zoning ordinance, including sections 2.51.1, 4.32, 4.35, and 4.422. Summary. 1. Amends the Georgetown Scott County zoning ordinance to provide that mobile home parks and mobile home subdivisions are not permitted as conditional uses in B2 districts, and that mobile home camps are permitted as conditional uses in B2 districts, but not in B3 districts. 2. Amends the Georgetown Scott County zoning ordinance to remove the provision allowing singular mobile homes on a solid foundation as a conditional use in R1C districts, and removes the provision allowing mobile homes on a single lot as a conditional use in R2 and R3 districts. 3. Amends the Georgetown Scott County zoning ordinance to remove the provision allowing mobile home parks and mobile home subdivisions as conditional uses in the B2 Highway Commercial District. 4. Provides for repeal of inconsistent ordinances, severability of provisions, and an effective date upon passage and publication. The full text of this ordinance is available for examination in the City Clerk's Office, 100 North Court Street, Georgetown, Kentucky, 40324, or at www.georgetownky.gov. Publicly introduced and read for the first time, April 26, 2021.
Thank you. That'll constitute first reading. And as council will recall, it's a bit of a cleanup to our ordinance that we felt was certainly necessary. And we would look forward to second reading and roll call vote then at our next council meeting. As we approach item 10 on your agenda, we do have one more substantial presentation for the council tonight. And we're probably looking at, with your questions, as long as an hour. Would you all like to take a 5-minute recess, or would you like just to plow on? I'm happy to do either one with you.
I would like a recess.
Could we, my computer says 8:28. If we could come back real close to 3 minutes after the hour and take 5 minutes and then go on with the second big presentation. What do we need to do procedurally, Devin?
I think Devin already, oh, there she is.
I kept unmuting. I was just going to say, everybody just turn your screens off and everybody report back in 5 minutes. I mean, there won't be any, we'll just keep recording.
When you say turn your screens off, do you mean to leave?
Stop video?
You can stop video, yeah.
It doesn't matter. As long
Or
as
you can leave it on. It doesn't matter.
Okay, Laurie, does it look like we've got everybody back on? Todd's there. I think we do. And we gave Mike and Stephanie just a few moments to rest up after sitting through that last presentation. Devin, no need to call us back to order. We're simply starting our cameras again and continuing with the agenda.
Yep, I think we're good to go.
Good. One of the things that we have on your agenda tonight that's going to be an important presentation for you, one where you need to listen and be ready, hopefully, to give some feedback at the end of the presentation. We've struggled for a number of decades with flooding issues in various parts of town. And the council has really tried to do some good with those issues. We've hit some of the smaller ones that we could financially say grace over, but we simply have not been able to address some of the larger scale flooding issues that we have there on South Broadway. In particular, we have the problems that many old cities have. Our downtown area, our oldest area, was built for a population of 5,000 people, and the storm sewers were sized that way. Back when they worked perfectly, they probably wouldn't be adequate today. So we have a lot of deferred maintenance, and we've talked for some time about how difficult it is for us to adequately fund storm sewer repairs on behalf of our citizens out of the general fund. It harms the general fund, and we don't do a very good job with the larger scale stormwater issues that we really need to address. So for some time, we've talked about the possibility of a stormwater utility and what that would look like. And council has asked at various times for an understanding of what that would look like. And tonight we're going to start with that presentation to understand the concept of this stormwater utility. And importantly, the fact that there are about 7 different ways that you're going to hear about tonight about methodologies by which they can be calculated. Different methodologies to fit different communities' needs, just different advantages and different disadvantages for the methodologies. But we've been through 7 of them. The Finance Committee has been through 7. You're going to hear about those 7 tonight. And then we're going to get it down to Mike 3, I think, or 2. And we're going to get it down hopefully to 2 by the end of the night. 2 of these methodologies that we think are most appropriate to fit what we see in Georgetown. And then Mike and Stephanie from Strand Engineering will go back to work for 3 or 4 months and work on scenarios and bring those back to us. But for us to get them to the point where they can do that work for us, we have to hear this presentation tonight and understand it, and then give them some feedback. So Mike, is that a fair introduction for what we're asking you to do?
That's excellent, Mayor, and certainly you all run a very, very nice show, and the presentation that we're following is a great example of that, and we're going to try and do the same here for you tonight on stormwater, different subject, but similar concerns.
Good, then I think we'd be happy to turn it over to you and Stephanie, and you can share screen as you need to and help us understand this.
Okay, can everybody see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Well, certainly the presentation that you just saw from Chase and his group was very, very significant in terms of the future for the city. This has the potential to be that as well, but we're not at a point at this stage in the process where we're going to be making what I'd say final decisions. So this is something that I would encourage all of you to try to absorb this. You'll have other opportunities in the future to be able to we're going to come back with more follow-up on this. So this is sort of an introduction, and we recognize that there's a lot to absorb, especially after all that you've, I guess, addressed thus far this evening. So we're here to talk about stormwater utility study, feasibility study. This is a council workshop, and it's intended to be an update. Next slide, Steph. So our meeting objectives, I guess there's three primary pieces to this. And first of all, we're going to talk a little bit about stormwater program requirements, and some of the things that you do with your stormwater program are elective. Some of them are required just based on regulatory requirements that you have by virtue of your stormwater permit that you have through the Kentucky Division of Water for the municipal separate storm sewer system program. We'll also talk a little bit about the update on the status of the stormwater utility feasibility study. We're going to introduce the concept of the utility and what that entails. Stephanie's going to go over some of the rate methodologies that are available and different methods that you could use to potentially employ to have a consistent revenue stream to support your program obligations. And then we're just going to talk about some different cost of service projections, both on the revenue side, just so that you can see how those are developed, and then also on the cost side to understand what your anticipated cost of your program is based on some of the interaction that we've had with staff today. And then we'll also outline next steps, and next steps based on your feedback on some of the rate methodology information that we share this evening. We will also be engaging with a utility advisory committee at a subsequent date to get their feedback as well, because obviously stakeholder input from key stakeholders throughout the community will be very important in building a base of support for this and helping them understand the needs that currently exist. Stormwater management requirements they affect us in everyday life in many different ways, and they are very highly varied. I think when we think of our streams, you have a beautiful one there in Elkhorn Creek. We see that pastoral setting, but there are a lot of things that affect the quality of that environment. And certainly, as the mayor mentioned, flooding is certainly no stranger to the city and many other communities for that matter. There are also other pressing needs with the effects of urbanization, urban runoff, and what that means when it comes to impacts to our natural waterways. And then there's also considerations, just like there were for the pump stations that Chase was alluding to on the sanitary side. You have infrastructure within your storm sewer system that also has service life implications and useful life periods that where it decays and deteriorates over time. That is a consideration from an O&M standpoint on the city side. So when you think about stormwater service area, for stormwater, it coincides for the city with the city limits, and your service area basically encompasses 5 watersheds, all of them eventually finding their way to North Elkhorn, Cane Run kind of in an extended direction further downstream. But together, all of these total over 15,000 acres. And so that is your effective service area when it comes to the stormwater program that you all oversee through the engineering office with the city. There are many challenges that we see that affect stormwater management concerns from the city standpoint. Those are influenced by things like growth and population, just the effect of urbanizing watersheds. Even in the process of land development, you have impacts to streams just through some of the things that happen when you disturb land. You also have the effects of increased impervious area, which has a direct correlation to some of the issues that we think about when it comes to flooding or other concerns to streams and whatnot. Aging infrastructure, dealing with things like changes in the rainfall patterns, where we're seeing much more frequent occurrences of heavy rain events that exceed system capacity. And then certainly last but not least, regulatory requirements that also must be addressed on an annual basis. We've actually had the good fortune of assisting the city with its stormwater program dating back to 2011, and over a number of years there had been outreach, through our involvement on your behalf, in engaging with the public about some of the issues that were being experienced out in the community. We got stakeholder input. We had an open house. We identified a number of known problem areas. In this map, it's kind of hard to see, but there are a number of those that are actually documented in the city's GIS that involve things like flooding, structural failures, issues associated with easement encroachments and the like. All of these, being concerns, and obviously without a dedicated funding stream, it's hard to address all of these, on an as-needed basis. If you think about your stormwater assets that you have, these are the components of your storm sewer system. You have and this is just directly out of GIS, over 63 miles of storm sewer piping in the system, ranging in size from 3 to 84 inches in diameter. Over 120 outfalls, and an outfall is where urban drainage releases into a natural drainage way. Approximately 3,000 catch basins that collect stormwater runoff, 1,100 pipe inlets and outlets where you have water going into a system or leaving the system into an open channel, and then literally over 35 miles of streams located within the city limits. So there is a very sizable component of infrastructure associated with your storm sewer system. The city, and I'll say this is a compliment, that the city has been very proactive over the years when there's opportunity to engage in addressing infrastructure needs, and a big part of that was a concerted effort on asset management activities. And through some of those efforts, there were a lot of field investigations in watersheds, including here next to Cane Run and extending on into the downtown area, where the city hired, a group to come in and televise and clean storm sewer. And as a part of that, we were able to update storm sewer mapping. We found a number of issues and defects in the system. We were able to identify within those watersheds that we had completed a number of critical repairs that needed to be done soon, and then some obviously that could maybe be deferred, and then also helped us understand maybe some of the considerations that relate to some of the flooding issues that you would tend to want to prioritize on a capital improvement planning list at some point. And so these are the kind of things that you would do as part of your asset management program that the city has made great strides in over the last 7 years. I mentioned earlier obligations that you have from a regulatory standpoint, and the city is actually an MS4 Phase 2 permit holder, and by that in essence, the MS4 is sort of an acronym for Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, and by virtue of the Clean Water Act, this is sort of came in at the same time as the same regulatory program that oversees the wastewater plan and sanitary related components. It also regulates issues associated with stormwater, but was only emphasized more recently in the 90s and the early 2000s. And as a part of that, there are 6 areas where the city, as a permittee, is required to actually have programmed efforts to respond to things like public education, public involvement, to develop an illicit discharge detection and elimination program, which is actually on the books, to basically address issues associated with construction site runoff. And obviously that is carried very carefully through the process with planning and zoning. And then also mandates for post-construction runoff control as part of your planning and zoning regulations, which on the stormwater side is designed to also protect the water supply, because you're trying to basically treat urban runoff before it discharges into the natural streams. And then last, public prevention and good housekeeping with all of the municipal facilities and operations that the city has throughout the urban area. And then as a component of this, the compliance requirements, the city actually has to prepare an annual report, and it's due on April 15th every year. And just to give you a handle on the volumes of data that go into that, there were literally over 300 pages in the annual report for 2020 that were used to document the city's efforts that they had applied in partnership with the county, because they are a co-permittee with the city now to basically document the activities that you all were responsible for as a part of this program. And there's cost associated with that. So as we think about all of these elements that go into your stormwater program and your assets and things that basically support that, talking about finding a dedicated revenue stream, a stormwater utility has become a very popular approach for that. When you think about utilities as a service, and in this case, the graphic highlights the key components that go into that. We're sort of showing around the perimeter there the development of the feasibility study and program implementation, but you see the core elements that include definition of program needs, the type of entity, financing mechanisms, rate structures, and then all the way leading to development of a billing mechanism. All of these are key ingredients for the formation of a stormwater utility that is designed to support system O&M and all the other things that we talked about earlier here that go into your day-to-day implementation of your stormwater program. And there are many here that really are, you may not realize that the things that the city engineer has to address on a routine basis, and certainly there's a lot of interaction with council on some of those needs, but these are the kinds of activities a program like this would be designed to support. So there are a number of options that communities can use for funding stormwater management programs, and we've heard discussion of the general fund. There's different taxing mechanisms that can be addressed to create that dedicated revenue stream. There are permitting fees, development impact fees. Also, and then finally, the stormwater utility fee is a mechanism for that purpose. And so, just to give you a handle, the utility fee is not the only mechanism, but there are others as well. But the utility fee has benefits that we're going to talk about here very shortly. So from a national perspective, you see a map here that basically highlights the blue dots and the aggregation of blue dots in these dense urban areas, the existence of stormwater utilities throughout the U.S. And they're very much focused in urban areas. This is actually from 2016, so it's a little dated, but there are almost 1,600 utilities that are known or documented throughout the U.S. As a perspective, and Stephanie will go into this in a little bit, but there are probably about 13 entities in Kentucky, or 14 or so, that have a dedicated funding stream for their programs, and for many of the same reasons. And this just gives you a perspective of kind of the trends that are happening on a national level for revenue to support these program obligations. So what is the definition of a stormwater utility? And I'm just going to read this because I think it's very important to understand. It's a utility established for the purpose of managing stormwater and imposing charges for the recovery of costs connected with activities for stormwater management. So it's a defined fee for a defined service, and it's a user fee and not a tax. And other examples of this would be just like your water and sewer fee that are consumption based, maybe on a slightly different context, solid waste, other public utilities, they're user fee based, and stormwater utility fee is very similar in that context based on its construction and how it is created or established in code and ordinance. a charge is a fee and not a tax if it meets 3 criteria. And I think, this is an important distinction. It serves a regulatory purpose, not just another way to raise revenue and spend it on other issues or activities that are part of the city government process. It needs to be proportionate to the necessary cost of service that you would define as the public entity. And then lastly, it must be voluntary. And by that, it doesn't mean that you can absolve yourself of it, but there has to be concepts for you credit programs as a mechanism to help reduce costs, because there are things that you can do even on the stormwater side to reduce some of the adverse effects of stormwater runoff, that can be quantified as a credit for a user fee for a stormwater utility. Other considerations for a stormwater utility, it must be fair and equitable. And I'm going through these because there have been a lot of legal challenges to stormwater utilities over the years. Some maybe have been successful, others have not. But the ones that have not been successful have been because of emphasis on these characteristics. In addition to fair and equitable, and providing a dedicated revenue source. And then legally and technically defensible. It has to be, and that's part of that fair and equitable, and then publicly acceptable. And part of that, all of that is to say that there's a process that we will engage the public as a part of this. And I mentioned earlier the utility advisory committee that we would engage to begin to talk about how user fees would be assessed to different types and classes of properties throughout the city. As you consider a stormwater utility, there are a number of policy issues that have to be considered as well. And it begins with the area of service, which is the where, and we've talked about that in terms of the city limits. Then you start to get in a little tighter with the extent of service, and that's actually kind of defining what that means. And there's a lot to that. It's not just about it's about how you want to define your program. And then lastly is the level of service, and that may be something like frequency, for example, or it could be how much you want to spend in capital debt service on an annual basis, how much you want to apply. So there's a very broad definition here that applies to a lot of different subjects as it relates to your stormwater program. So we talked about this, the service area, the city limits, the where, and then the extent of service, or the what. It's defined by the city's roles and responsibilities as it relates to your stormwater program, which could involve, again, implementation of a capital improvement program, a defined program. We talked about the regulatory aspect. There are costs associated for MS4 permit compliance, which Eddie can speak to directly based on his role as a city engineer and the city's MS4 permit coordinator. You have costs that exist to operate and maintain your existing infrastructure, where you have issues that you have to go clean out flood catch basins where you have flooding. You have other types of flooding that are capital related because you have failing infrastructure. And then obviously this service could also include proactive efforts to plan and anticipate needs for the future as it relates to improving your system to basically support the needs of the citizenry. Another consideration on the what, or the definition of service, is the public versus private infrastructure. And this is probably one of the most challenging, because what we're talking about here is defining who owns what infrastructure and who is responsible for the maintenance, repair, and upgrade of that infrastructure as it ages. we've kind of got an exhibit here that shows, the right-of-way limits. You have pipe that might be in right-of-way that was built as part of a public roadway network. It could be built by a developer in the public roadway and dedicated to the city. You have private infrastructure, as you see in that shaded parking lot there, where you may have a public storm sewer that they tie to in right-of-way, but then you have a pipe on that parking lot that collects parking lot drainage. So would you consider that public or private infrastructure? These are important considerations when you think about the cost of service and how much responsibility the city assumes when it defines this aspect of the program. But it's also important that you consider the importance of these kinds of decisions as it relates to the public health, safety, and welfare, because there are circumstances where that may be paramount in a decision to include certain kinds of infrastructure within the city's realm to basically protect the interests of the greater public at large for some reason. So the extent of the public system, and of course we've talked about all the different components of that. It consists of catch basins, head walls, manholes, all the kinds of things that you would anticipate and you see on that list. And so how do we translate that into the level of service? On the next slide. And this would be the how often. And so when it comes to frequency of maintenance, just like you have with your sanitary sewer system, there are important considerations for routine maintenance as it relates to your storm sewer system. One of the things that we found with the asset management program, that we found a number of storm sewers around the watersheds that we'd evaluated in the city where you had partially blocked pipes where you were only realizing a limited capacity from a major system that could affect upstream areas, causing surcharge of the system or flooding. And so basically understanding that these systems are susceptible to clogging. They also decay. You find defects in the system that may cost a little to cure today, but they may cost a whole lot more to fix in the future. So these are the kinds of considerations that you look at as maybe the frequency, like, for example, cleaning and televising your pipe every 10 years, or cleaning out an inlet, inspecting that inlet once every 7 years. Looking at other outfall considerations. There are a number of things that we would help you look at or evaluate and assess as part of the cost of service in understanding what level of service you want to assume on this aspect of operation and maintenance. So these are all of these things basically lead to what that overall cost of service is. In other words, what your hard cost would be once you decide these are the things that we want to do and think we should do on behalf of our citizenry as part of your stormwater program. So this is the first step in defining on what revenue stream you need to support the program. To translate that in terms of a funding approach for that, we've kind of started off by showing here an example of this is actually a survey. I think it's done annually by Black & Veatch, and they query various stormwater programs throughout the country to understand what different sources of funding and financing they use for stormwater program. And again, any city could pick all of these because they may get a little funding from any one or all of these. But one of the things that you see on the cash finance side, 91% of all of the surveyed parties said that they use stormwater user fees of some sort to fund their program. That's a significant number. I mean, it's defining in terms of what the revenue that they rely on for their program. And so you start to see here that there are a lot of other things that they use, but by and large, that was the most dominant mechanism that they use to fund their program. And so this is actually a good segue when we want to transfer this. I'm going to transfer this over to Stephanie so she can talk a little bit about some of the methods used in developing fees and rate structures for stormwater utilities, starting on the next slide, Steph.
All right, thank you, Mike. So as Mike said, based on that survey, a majority of people with stormwater utilities base their fee on a user fee. And the survey goes on to ask what the basis of that user fee is. And an overwhelming majority, about 92%, use some form of impervious area as the basis for calculating the user fee for their stormwater utility. There's a variety of different ways to do that. You can combine bits and pieces of different methodologies, but the main takeaway is that majority of people use impervious surface as a basis. About half of those people use digitized impervious area, where you're actually calculating the amount of impervious surface on a parcel and somehow developing a fee based on that. Some communities take into account the size of the parcel, or they just look at the size of the parcel in conjunction with the land use or how much impervious surface there is. There's a variety of different ways to go about doing this. So what I'm going to do next is go through a few of these, define them, and provide some kind of examples to show you how they would work. So the impervious area rate methodology is probably the most common methodology used by utilities around the country. This is likely because it has a high degree of technical accuracy and defensibility. You literally determine how much impervious surface is on non-residential parcels, and the non-residential property owner's fee is based on their specific amount of impervious surface. So that's easy to understand by the public. They can understand this property owner has more hard surface than me, so they have a higher fee, or vice versa. Vice versa, you have the opportunity to group your residential properties into different tiers so that you can charge smaller properties lower rates versus larger residential parcels. And generally, you do not charge undeveloped properties based on the impervious area methodology. A grassed lot owned by somebody would not pay the fee in this case. That is a policy decision that's made by each community, but that's generally the policy that is followed. The gross area methodology really doesn't account for the impervious coverage on the parcel. In this case, it's really just looking at the overall size. So larger parcels would pay more than smaller parcels, and it wouldn't matter if a small parcel was completely impervious and a larger parcel was mostly grass with just a small parking lot. That larger parcel would pay more just based on its overall land size. This also allows for the opportunity to group different parcel sizes into tiers to help with ease of billing and grouping. So there's not so many user categories. Another option is called the gross area with runoff factor methodology. And this is really combining the first two in effect. It's taking into account how large a parcel is, but also the amount of impervious surface that is on the parcel. So highly developed parcels, even if it's the same size as more of a low dense development, would pay a little bit more because they have more hard surface. They're generating more runoff. They're contributing more to the stormwater system on an annual basis than, say, their neighbor that isn't as developed. So this methodology takes into account how big your parcel is, what kind of development you have, and how much impervious surface. And there's much more sub-calculations that go into generating the basis for the rate. So this can be a little bit harder for property owners to understand how their rate is calculated, what the basis of their rate is, and maybe what they can do to reduce their rate or how their rate is different from somebody else's. So this one is a little bit harder to understand, but is based on some level of impervious data and property size. Another version of the rate methodology is called the intensity of development factor methodology. This uses more of a land use component in the fee as opposed to an actual amount of impervious surface. So parcels will have a general fee, and then based on the type of development, it would get a factor that is kind of associated to the approximate amount of impervious surface that is generally seen on that type of development. So high density developments would have a higher factor that is applied to the base rate than a low density development. So it still takes into account impervious coverage, but it's not based on an exact amount of impervious coverage on a specific property. Again, this one generally allows for charging all properties, whether it's developed or not. The undeveloped properties would pay kind of that flat base fee, and then anything that's developed would have those factors applied to it. This is also could be kind of hard for property owners to understand, trying to explain the different density development factors and how they're in one category versus another compared to adjacent property owners can be a little bit confusing, and sometimes can be kind of seen as subjective to how things are applied. Some communities also simply just use a flat fee methodology. They charge everybody the same amount. It doesn't matter their land use, how big they are, what kind of property it is. Everybody just pays the same thing. This can be more easy to implement. You just have one fee that gets charged to every property. You don't have to keep track of impervious surface, parcel size, or anything like that. But it can be seen as unfair or inequitable because you're not really accounting for those things that are contributing stormwater runoff to the city system. How much impervious surface, how big your parcel is, has no factor in this rate methodology. It really is just everybody pays the same amount. So that's kind of a brief overview of some of the common types of stormwater user rate methodologies that are used. A lot of communities will take bits and pieces and kind of combine methodologies to create what they think works best for their community. But those are kind of the main kind of categories that most rate methodologies can fall into. So what we have done next is taken 3 of these more common methodologies and applied examples to the same parcel so that you can see kind of how the different methodology, the rate is generated, and how the selection of the methodology impacts the fee that would be generated. And then you can see, some methodologies will create more revenue. Some methodologies charge higher amounts for more developed parcels and stuff like that. So I'm going to walk through 3 different methodologies, and we can go through those, and then you can ask any questions you might have on how those were developed or the basis of the calculations. So the first, again, is the impervious area rate methodology. Again, this is kind of the most common methodology that is used that's focused on impervious surface. The first step in this methodology is really defining what your average residential parcel is in your community. You do kind of a statistical analysis on the residential parcels in your area, and you define an average square feet of impervious surface for a residential parcel. This includes their driveway, any sidewalk that's within the parcel boundaries in the house, and stuff like that. And that is what's called an equivalent residential unit, or an ERU. That's kind of the terminology that's used throughout stormwater utilities, is what is the cost for one ERU in your community. And that's really what a residential property owner would pay. So one ERU is kind of equivalent to what one residential property would pay per month. And in this example, the average impervious surface on a residential parcel is 2,500 square feet. So we're going to kind of use that as the basis for our calculations moving forward. So in this example, the residential user fee would be based on one ERU, and then you would take a non-residential parcel and digitize the amount of impervious surface on that non-residential parcel. And this can be done a variety of ways with aerial photography, LiDAR imaging, GIS, and hand digitizing. And you calculate how much impervious surface is on this non-residential parcel. So in this case, this parcel has 71,600 square feet of impervious surface within its property limits. And what you do is you divide that by the size of your ERU for your community. So in this case, it would be the 2,500 square feet. And that gives you the number of ERUs that this property owner is responsible for. So in essence, there are equivalent to 29 residential parcels on this parcel of land from an impervious area perspective. So the residential parcel would pay the fee for 1 ERU, and the non-residential parcel would pay 29 times that rate. So it's strictly based on the average size of a residential impervious surface, and then equating that to how many residential parcels are equivalently on that parcel. The second example is the gross area with runoff factor methodology. And we are using kind of the criteria that are spelled out from the community in South Carolina to kind of show the basis of the calculations, but each community kind of creates their own set of coefficients that are used based on engineering practices. And they're all fairly similar, but this is just a specific example to use. Again, they charge based on 1 ERU for residential parcels, but in this case, it's the parcel size itself. So they figure out the average parcel size, not necessarily the amount of impervious surface on a parcel, but just the average size of a parcel in a community. And then based on that, they use that information with the size of the non-residential parcel and come up with a ratio. And then they use a coefficient of runoff, which is kind of standard engineering practice for sizing of stormwater controls and storm sewers. You use runoff coefficients to determine the amount of runoff that's generated from this type from a property or surface. And they take a ratio of the runoff coefficient for the non-residential parcel based on its land use, and then an average residential parcel. So different types of land uses have different runoff coefficients that are really related to the types of impervious surfaces or the amount of expected impervious surface on that type of parcel. So again, using the same commercial property, the size of the parcel in this case is just over 85,000 square feet. And as a commercial use parcel, it would have a runoff coefficient of 0.8. And then the average parcel size in the community is 13,476 square feet, and that has a runoff coefficient of 0.4. And if you follow the equation that's provided by this utilities regulations, this non-residential parcel will be charged for 13 ERUs. So the residential parcel will be charged 1 ERU, and the non-residential parcel would be 13 ERUs. So in the previous example, when you did it strictly based on the actual amount of impervious surface, this same parcel was being charged 29 ERUs versus 13 ERUs in this example. So that property is being charged a different amount, meaning the city is generating a different amount of revenue for that type of non-residential parcel. The third and final example that we're going to walk through is called the gross area and intensity of development factor methodology. This example is based on the Cincinnati stormwater utility and how they charge their user fees. Cincinnati has their residential parcels broken into 2 different classes. So there's parcels that are less than 10,000 square feet get charged a fee, and larger parcels over 10,000 square feet get charged a slightly different fee. Non-residential parcels are then charged based on their existing land use and then how big their parcel is. So Cincinnati's created this, what they call an area range number, which is based on the size of the parcel. And the numbers just get larger and larger based on the parcel size. And then they have a development factor, which again is similar to that runoff coefficient factor in the previous example, that is based on what is considered to be a ratio of how much stormwater will be generated from that parcel based on the impervious area that is typically associated with that type of land use. So Cincinnati's methodology takes into account your parcel size and the type of land use that is on that parcel. So in this example, using that same commercial parcel from the other 2, we use the size of the parcel, and you can pull off of from Cincinnati's management utility code that the area range number for this site would be a 43, and the intensity of development factor based on a commercial parcel is 0.85. So in simplistic terms, they take the area range number and multiply it by the development factor, and that's the number of ERUs that this parcel would be charged. So this methodology actually generates much more ERUs for the same commercial parcel than the other two. So just to kind of summarize, and I know this is a lot of information, so please let me know if you have any questions. This same parcel, using 3 different methodologies that have some basis in the impervious surface or land use type of the parcel, generate 3 different numbers of ERUs for that parcel. So with the first example, an impervious area rate methodology, this parcel would have 29 ERUs. $5 per ERU as an example would mean that this property would spend $145 a month on their stormwater utility fee. In the second example, the gross area and runoff factor methodology, the property would have 13 ERUs, and at $5 a month would be charged $65 for their stormwater utility. And then the last example, the gross area and IDF methodology, generates the highest number of ERUs at 37 ERUs, meaning at $5 a month, this property owner would be charged $185 per ERU. So you can kind of see from this brief exercise that the selection of the rate methodology impacts how many ERUs would be used to determine the basis for someone's fee. And then it also impacts potentially the amount of revenue that will be generated for the city to fund their stormwater program. And it can slightly determine who's paying more of the total revenue that's being generated. Is it falling more on non-residential parcels or residential parcels, depending on how that distribution of ERUs is happening? So just to give you a quick overview of other stormwater utilities in Kentucky, there are currently 11 utilities in Kentucky. 7 of these are ERU and impervious area based utilities. 2 of them are kind of unclear on the current methodology that's being used. One is actually based on the water meter size, so they have a specific rate that they charge based on whatever water meter size is at that parcel. And one is based on parcel size, so it doesn't account for impervious surface. It's just how big is your parcel, and they have a rate based on that. Some other communities in Kentucky that have some significant stormwater programs: Bowling Green uses their general fund, Owensboro uses the tax on their occupational net profit tax, and then Elizabethtown uses their general fund to fund their stormwater program. So those are just some other examples of how other communities who aren't using utilities are trying to fund their stormwater programs on an annual basis. So when you decide to form a stormwater utility, there are several policy definitions that need to be made as part of it, in conjunction with deciding what you want your rate methodology basis to be. Depending on the rate methodology, how you define impervious area is a very important step. If impervious area is going to be a specific basis of how the fee is calculated, you'll need to very clearly define what an impervious surface is. Does that include gravel parking lots, or does it not? Does railroad lines count, or railroad yards, but not the lines? There's very specific definitions that will have to be decided as part of forming the utility if you want to use impervious area as a basis for your rate. Defining what a non-residential versus residential parcel is also important, depending on what type of rate methodology you choose. Some communities say residential parcels are single family or duplex or 2-family dwelling units. Others go up to 3 and 4 family dwelling units as a single family as a residential parcel. So those types of definitions and land use classes will need to be clearly defined as part of developing the stormwater utility and defining the rate methodology. Mike touched on this earlier, the public versus private infrastructure, really just to help identify what that cost of service is, what infrastructure the city would be responsible for. It's critical to understand what's public versus private, so that when you're building what you want your fee to be or your revenue to be, you have an understanding of how much infrastructure you're responsible for. Another critical decision that would have to be made is if there would be any exempted parcels. Unlike tax exempt parcels in certain circumstances, most of the time all parcels are charged a stormwater utility fee if they fall under the certain categories, unless it's undeveloped. In most cases, all parcels are charged utility unless it's undeveloped. So that's a policy decision that would have to be made. Mike touched on this as well. It's very important that there's a very clearly defined credit opportunity so that people can do things to help limit their fee or reduce their fee and help control and address stormwater from their site. And then also, just as important, is an appeals process. If you are calculating someone's rate based on impervious surface or land use or any type of specific information, that they have the opportunity to appeal that and, look at that, or maybe present some information that says, oh, I really don't have this much impervious surface, and here's why and how I can tell you that. And that is an important part of forming a utility as well. So these are all future decisions and policies that'll have to be set and put in place if the city decides to form a stormwater utility. Additionally, an important part of the utility is performing a cost of service analysis. In order to know how much revenue the city would need to generate to fund a stormwater program, you perform a cost of service analysis to really understand what you want your program to look like. Currently, the city spends about $1.7 million on stormwater, and this includes labor, maintenance, all those regulatory MS4 compliance things that Mike touched on, and just the equipment and capital projects that the city is able to do with the funds that are available. The calculated cost of service is a more specific exercise to build the stormwater program that the city wants to have. So you look at what kind of O&M do we want to be doing on a routine basis? How often do we want to be doing things? Is there a certain amount of capital improvement projects that we want to be able to fund each year or finance each year? Do we need to add staff? Do we need to add equipment? And what are those needs? Are there future regulatory compliance efforts that we know we're going to have to comply with that we currently can't fund? And just any other program elements that the city wants to be able to include in this program that will be funded by this new user fee. That's what this calculated cost of service really works through, so that you're building a program that is meeting the city's goals and objectives for managing stormwater. So as part of this cost of service, we do a review of all of the infrastructure assets within the city so that you have a handle on kind of the value of what you're working with. And this is built into the cost of service analysis. So to get started, we simply took an evaluation of the stormwater infrastructure that's in the city's GIS database. And we said, if it's in the right of way, we're going to call that public. And if it's outside of the right of way, we're going to call that private. And based on that analysis right now, based on the size of the infrastructure, the length of the pipes, the number of culverts and all that stuff, there's about $40 million in stormwater infrastructure that's within the right of way and will be considered a public asset. And on the private side, outside of the right of way, there's another $42.6 million in assets. So that's a lot of stormwater infrastructure that's currently within the city. And the purpose of this stormwater utility would be able to generate a dedicated revenue source that would help protect, maintain, operate, upgrade the system that's deemed as part of the public infrastructure. So this cost of service, we've built this tool that we use with communities looking to build a stormwater utility. And I know this is kind of hard to read, but this is an example from another community. And what we do is we sit down with the city staff and the public works department and the engineering staff, and we say, okay, what do you want included in your program? Do you need to add staff? Do you need new equipment? This is how much infrastructure you have. What are you currently doing from an operation and maintenance perspective? How often are you cleaning your equipment? How often do you think you need to replace infrastructure? And we kind of build what is the desired program. And we can generate, okay, if this is what you want to do on an annual basis, this is about how much it's going to cost. So in this example, this community built a program that was about $3.4 million. And based on that information and the rate methodology that is selected, you can generate, once you have the total number of ERUs that are in your community. So you add up all the residential parcels, you add up all the ERUs from all your non-residential parcels, and you can generate the total number of ERUs in your community. And that's why selecting the type of rate methodology that you use is important, because that impacts how many ERUs you'll generate for your community. And once you have that total number of ERUs and you have your total desired annual program cost, you can do the math of saying, okay, what's my cost per ERU? And so how much is it going to cost one residential user each month for this stormwater utility fee? So in this example, the one residential user would be charged $8.23. And so then at that point, the community would sit back and say, okay, are we comfortable with that? Is that too much? Is that not enough? And you can tweak your kind of inputs into this cost of service to figure out what the good balance is for your community and what you would be comfortable with for your utility rate and setup. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mike.
So I guess, Stephanie's done a really good job of kind of highlighting a lot of the different methodologies that would be available, different rate methods. And so ultimately, our goal is to select 2 rate methodologies for a trial rate evaluation. Stephanie kind of presented 3 here tonight, and we've got to somehow winnow that down to 2. We've actually been having some conversations with city staff on all of these kinds of considerations that go into the process, and there would be continued discussion on that. Part of that effort would go to identification of 10 non-residential parcels that we would actually do a trial rate evaluation for parcels that you all can relate to here in the city, to understand how they would be affected by each of one of the 2 methodologies that would be selected. There's also a need to form a utility advisory committee, and this is the stakeholder group that I had mentioned previously, and I think there's already been some efforts to do that, where we would reach out to basically engage them in this same process, since they are going to be affected by this, as will the general public at large in property ownership, and then also those that may be paying that fee on behalf of their where they live. And then based on those steps, then Strand will continue to work on the rate methodology evaluations with 2 selected options. We will be then preparing a rate method feasibility study memorandum, which we will then go back and meet with the utility advisory committee to discuss and kind of get their feedback, kind of synthesize that with the memorandum, and then have another follow-up discussion where we would come back and brief the council for continued discussion on this, and then we would also outline next steps. And so this is certainly this is a significant effort on the part of the city, and it's one that we take very seriously. And so we want this process to basically be vetted and continued in a way that you all are fully informed, and that there's a good amount of outreach with the public, so that we get their feedback on this as well. And ultimately, this would lead to next steps for phase 2, where we would then go on to some of the more detailed evaluations that we would have to do to actually dig into the things that would go into that spreadsheet that Stephanie shared for that rate analysis that we had actually completed for another community, so that we could then get into sort of the real mechanics of what the rate structure would look like for different scenarios based on how you structure your program. And so with that, we would happily entertain any questions. Again, I don't think there's any absolute decision that has to be made here today. I think there's 3 options that we want to take back to the city's group and discuss, and unless there's an overwhelming desire to do that, we're happy to just answer any questions that you may have on this.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do for a homeowner association for the common grounds?
Well, I'll tell you, I think there's different ways that can be approached. you know, they're in certain circumstances, they will put HOA land maybe on its own dedicated parcel, and then that parcel would basically be assessed a fee based on the structure for that. Now, if it's green space, you know, that may be an option, you know, to discuss whether that would be exempted because it's green space. I mean, I think some of the same kinds of parameters would be discussed, but it's one of those things that we would have to kind of understand some of the issues associated with how development has occurred within the city of Georgetown, and how a lot of those HOAs are structured as it relates to dedicated parcels, or whether those areas are kind of overlapping with single family lots or parcels that comprise the subdivision.
So you have the potential of, I know this is all just conversation at this point in time. So you have the potential of charging the individual that lives in the area that has an HOA, and then charging the HOA, which then again will charge the resident that lives there.
Well, the HOA, let's say if the HOA has primary responsibility for let's say a stormwater management basin that, you know, and there was, I think a few years ago, the city implemented I guess the maintenance agreements for post-construction BMPs.
Right.
And if that were owned by the HOA, and the city decided that they would incorporate that as part of the public infrastructure, that they would maintain portions or all of the components associated with that, then they would assess for that financial obligation to take on that responsibility. So I think there's an involved conversation that would have to be had on that subject matter, and there's different ways that you could approach it just based on the preferences of the city of Georgetown on that specific issue.
Okay, and then what about our I mean, at this point in time, I'm not too keen on this ideal, but there's lots to learn. What about our largest employer here? I mean, talking about ground runoff. I mean, I know they've done wonderful things to keep it, but Toyota, I mean, we're talking a lot of ground runoff for Toyota.
Yes, I mean, we're very, very aware of that, and they've been I think a stalwart when it comes to responsible stormwater management, based on what I understand, and they sponsor a lot of things that help the community when it comes to the environment. And so, you know, I think that's where you start to look at again, credit programs and how those credit programs are structured, and you know, providing a mechanism to reward responsible industries, you know, for the contributions they do make in areas of stormwater management and the environment. So that would be something that would have to be discussed, and maybe that's one of the parcels that we look at as part of the approach, if you all opt to do that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, can I ask a question?
Absolutely, yes.
I mean, that was a lot of information in a pretty quick manner, and I understand it's getting late and understand the delivery. I know that some larger communities in the state have had a lot of pressure, and I guess, would it be from the Division of Water? Would that be who would come in and force communities to make improvements to their stormwater system?
Well,
or who would that be?
Yeah, I mean, the enforcement with the MS4 program is through the Kentucky Division of Water. They're the agency for that, and they do, again, as part of that permit program, you have compliance activities. But I think it's important to understand that those responsibilities are associated with the more focused on what I'd say the water quality and the post-construction BMP components of that, just the oversight, the management of that. Other aspects of your stormwater program are probably more elective on your all's part as a community, again, where you have the ability to decide what you want to focus on as priorities. For example, if aging infrastructure is a concern, how you dedicate resources to that. If a flood abatement is a concern, even if it's manifested in subdivisions that have been developed by others, whether that would be something that you all want to be better positioned to proactively address based on some rational basis of need, that could be factored into the program. But again, those are the elective things. And your regulatory requirements is focused more on the permit requirements, which are very narrowly defined.
Guess what I'm wondering? I know that, like I said, that they've gone into some larger cities like Fayette County, right? Fayette County, did they not get fined, and did they not have certain things that they had to do to upgrade their system?
Yeah, David, I think David's referring to the potential of a consent decree, Mike. And that would be that in that case, David, the EPA has come in and literally rewritten cities' budgets.
Yeah.
With a consent decree. And I think part of our goal here is to stay well in front of a consent decree type situation.
And I think to your question, with Lexington, the one component I mentioned, the component for construction site runoff, that aspect of it, and that is one area where the city has an obligation to oversee that program, and I think that's where there are areas in that program where if the things that have to be done to ensure that aren't addressed properly, there could be action on that, but it's related to the administration and oversight of practices as part of requirements that are outlined in your BMP manual. So you have a manual that basically defines processes, and it's the job of planning and zoning and code enforcement to basically monitor those activities and to document things like building permits and things of that nature. And those are the kinds of things that we actually include and document as part of the annual report. We literally report on that on an annual basis. And so we get information from planning and zoning that is from their plan reviews and whatnot, that is part of the documentation that demonstrates to the Division of Water representatives that we are complying with the intent of the permit as far as the city's responsible practices are concerned.
Okay. Well, I mean, I know we're certainly requiring a lot of stormwater mitigation as it relates to development. Obviously, silt fencing and all kinds of features. And I guess planning and zoning does monitor that, maybe perhaps in conjunction with building inspection. Everything from stormwater devices to mitigate the flow of.
Correct.
I mean, believe me, this community is on top of that. It's a big issue. It's an important issue, and I think they're going above and beyond in that regard. But I guess, you got to pay somebody to monitor all that. And I guess that's where this could come into play to help with some of that as well.
That's correct.
Mike, the thing that kind of became clear to us internally after seeing this a time or two is there is no one size fits all plan. You can't come tell the council, here's what your plan should look like, and here's what it's going to cost. We will build that expectation based on our level of expected service and our level of expected capital needs. And then we can fine tune this to what we believe our citizens expect and what is reasonable for our citizens to contribute. But it sounds like the building of this model will be done by the council with those concepts in mind.
Yeah, that was pretty expensive. I did not anticipate a $7 million a year, estimate on what it takes. But I know you're taking a lot of things into consideration, but on average, we certainly haven't been spending that. Perhaps we could if we were to do everything, according to the letter of the law, but that's beyond what probably most of us feel is reasonable in being able to assess, I guess, as we look at this.
Mhm. And I think those were actually, some of those were based on actual cost, and I think there were some items in there that were actually budgeted, as things that we would like to do, or the city would like to do once. But again, these are things that you're probably paying for out of other budgets that you don't realize, for example, capital things that come out of the general fund that just sort of happen in the normal course of business.
No doubt. I mean, that's the only way we've been able to fund was through the
Yeah.
general fund. And that's really why we wanted to look at this tool as a way to take some pressure off the general fund. We realize we have to do something going forward with the forecasted expenses, the increased cost of payroll and benefits. And so we are going to have to do something. Which method is the most commonly used method? Is there one ends out far above and beyond the rest with communities?
I'm going to let Stephanie answer this one.
The straight impervious area rate methodology is generally the most common because it's been kind of proven and shown to be the most technically defensible. Because it's based on calculated impervious surface.
Can you pull up that slide?
Sure.
Was that also the what seemed to be the most, I don't know, simple or most practical approach?
So the impervious area rate methodology is the one that uses, it takes into account the average amount of impervious surface on a residential parcel, and then creates a ratio for all non-residential parcels of the, kind of to calculate the amount of residential parcels that would occur on that parcel based on the amount of impervious surface. So this was the one that was kind of in the middle of the three.
What percentage of communities can you say go with this scenario?
I couldn't tell you that specifically.
Well, not specifically, but generally. Over half?
I believe, let's see, that said about half use LiDAR, digitized impervious area, as their basis. So that's about 48% of the people who use impervious area in some fashion.
Okay, thank you.
Utility survey.
It's very easy to, I mean, you see how straightforward it is. It's a simple, there's two figures that go into that formula, just the ERU and the impervious area, and you just translate that into an equivalent residential unit per parcel. So it's very straightforward and easy to understand. Now there's some effort that goes behind that on the administration of that program and basically assimilating all that data. And so that's another factor that goes into what method that you check, because there has to be a staff to support the method that you adopt. And so these are things that we're also discussing with staff and we'll continue to discuss as they kind of, as we progress through this process.
So how significant are credits? I mean, obviously in the more recent developments, they're doing everything required in terms of stormwater mitigation, but the older neighborhoods or the older developments, not, perhaps not so much. So how do you take that into consideration?
So generally credits aren't given, and this is again policy decisions, but credits are given for things that kind of go above and beyond what's actually required by the design requirements for stormwater management. And it can be anything from water quality, education, over detention, just a variety of things that can be done on site to help improve stormwater runoff and water quality. And you can see ranges of percent in credits that range across the board depending on people's policy programs.
Can you give us would it be a 50% credit or 25% credit or a 10% credit, or what would be something that would be somewhat common?
I've seen ranges from 10 to 50% in certain communities can be achieved by like kind of combining multiple things together. Some communities go up as high as 70%, depending on what they've written their policy to be. It really is a range.
And there are some developments. They're not many, but I see some developments that are very green focused, and they do want and they may not be a traditional residential development. They might be a commercial entity that might have a green roof and permeable pavers and things like that, where they're really trying to showcase sort of a sustainable approach to site development. And you certainly don't want to discourage things like that. You want to encourage, and because there's strategies that benefit the environment and as well as benefit through recharge in the groundwater and groundwater system as a whole. And I'll say this to your point, Councilmember Lusby, that Georgetown has long been ahead of the curve when it comes to the things that they've been doing with stormwater. And I think a lot of that stems from the fact that you rely on groundwater with the aquifer for your water supply, and the infiltration requirements, the development standards that Georgetown, Scott County Planning and Zoning have employed have been ahead of the curve as far as their time in terms of how they've approached this issue as a need based on that important asset that you have when it comes to your water supply.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
I do hear that, from people that are coming in the community that are trying to do developments, because there's a huge cost differential when you don't deal with those things. If you're dealing in a community and wherever, and they don't have the same rules or guidelines that we do, it's obviously much less expensive to develop there than it would be in Georgia.
Yeah.
Therefore, making it an easier process there versus Georgetown as well. So there's a little bit of a price to pay. We certainly want clean water and a clean community, and we all support that. But anyway, it is something that we hear about.
Yeah.
I have a little. I have a little bit of laryngitis, so bear with me. But how long does it take to go through the evaluation process? Let's say we use the impervious area basis. I know the methodology would make a difference here, but how long would it take to evaluate all of the parcels and all the impervious areas? And, once you decide on a methodology, before you can actually implement the fee structure, and who would actually be doing that and overseeing it and those kinds of things?
Yeah, that's a huge question. There's a lot behind that, and it's a great question because it definitely, from a timing standpoint, there's what we call the feasibility study, and then kind of the implementation side of it. But then there's also the you got to implement ordinances and other things. Look at how you would establish a billing approach for that, and so it could take 18 months to do something like that, potentially longer depending upon the discussion. We can get to an answer, at least on the projection side of what revenues would be, in a reasonable time period, maybe before that. But at the end, to be able to basically go through that full implementation, that's going to take a little bit of time to basically get to that point. But again, it's trying to make all the decisions and plan appropriately so that you don't have hiccups on the back end. There are just a lot of important considerations that go into this. And I don't know, Steph, if you have any additional thoughts you'd want to add to that, but.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. Generally you'd want to have some type of public education or outreach effort as well, to ensure the community understands and has opportunity to provide feedback. So you have to build that kind of into the schedule, and just figuring out, how the fee will be collected and all that process. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made, and that stuff adds up and can take time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Wondering from the council's perspective, I'm looking at the hour, and you're just about 4 hours into this meeting. And it's a very productive conversation. I mean, you are on the right questions. Mike and Stephanie are doing a good job of giving us those answers. But just, I'm curious, how much longer would you all like to go on? And Mike, what steps do we need to get done to give you direction? Or have we accomplished a fair amount with the presentation to the council and your questions?
I think this has been very productive, and for us, that next step, we've got to winnow this down from we've listed the 3 that we would suggest that you consider, but we've got to winnow that down to 2 so that we can actually conduct that trial evaluation. And we can kind of take this feedback if you'd like to go back to maybe another staff meeting where we could have a conversation and discuss the pros and cons and kind of dive into some of the aspects of implementation and what that looks like if you looked at one of those versus the other in terms of what your staff requirements would be for implementation. Because it's not just about the simplicity of the method, it's also about what you have to do to, on some cases, if they're complex, what you have to do to back it up, and again, whether that's really the direction that you want to go. But
well, and I'm wanting the council to get enough information for to kind of understand that we've talked about this interesting concept, but we really haven't plugged numbers into it yet because we don't know our service requirements and the cost of those service requirements. I think I want to come back to the council with as much information as we can, Mike. I'm happy to have some of these conversations with our internal committee, but I do want to, on these critical issues, now that we've brought the council's understanding up to this level, now they can be our full partner in making sure as we choose these paths. So I think we can work on it some ourselves, but I look forward to more of this conversation with the council as well, after they've had a chance to digest more of this. This is a boatload of information in the second half of their evening.
I completely concur and understand. There's a lot to absorb here, and I do agree. And like I said earlier, we don't want to push this faster than we have opportunity to understand the concept. And so we totally agree with what you're suggesting, and we can have continued discussions, and we'll happily come back before the council and have follow-up discussions as needed to continue to advance the discussion and understanding and inform the decisions that lay ahead.
Well, the good news is council has some other considerations before them that are pretty weighty. And we've assured the council that this discussion will be playing in the background all summer. Mm-hmm. We've begun this evaluation, and we're going to be working on this with the council, sometimes you all by yourselves, but we're going to be working on this throughout the rest of this year. So I don't want council to feel like this is in any way rushed. This is simply to build their understanding. And if we need to come back at another meeting, I'm happy to do that. What do some of the council members think? Have we worn you out yet?
I'll be the first one to say I'm sleepy, but the information is coming back, and it's good to have all of it again. But I was thinking of the 3, if Eddie could weigh in on any of those 3, which 2 he would think would be beneficial to our city, and maybe come back, a little while later and just plug in those numbers and kind of give us an idea as to what we're dealing with. Would that be something that we could look at, Mayor?
Yeah. In fact, I've kind of left Eddie out of this conversation. Hello, Eddie.
No, you've been great, and that was a nice presentation by Strand, and your all's patience on the council. It's been a lot. It's a lot of information to think about. Having back-to-back presentations on sanitary sewer and then the stormwater. It's a lot to think about. So
Pretty exciting people, Eddie.
I always like to remind everybody on the city council that we already do a whole lot of stormwater projects, and it comes out of the general fund. And just a few to remember: the Hollyhock Stormwater Project, 615 South Broadway, Maddox Street. We did a complete clean out of all the system in the downtown areas. We did a Clay Avenue project, Constitution. We do daily inspections every time it rains with new developments. We have our MS4 program, Royal Springs Cinco repair project. We did the Clayton and Broadway property, and the Justice Center storm drain, and East Court Street wall repair. So those are all stormwater projects that have happened just in the short time I've been here. And they all come out of the general funds. And this is a way to let the people who are using the water and benefiting from it, everybody contributes a little to help pay for that.
Good. Thank you, Eddie. Frankly, we're here with Strand at this point because Eddie's helped get us here this quickly. So thank you, Eddie. And Connie, I think we can bring back both recommendations or further discussion and invite Mike and Stephanie back to review any questions you've got. Then once we feel our level of understanding is good enough and we give them this little bit of direction, we can literally turn them loose for a while and let them then work on data to bring back to you for your evaluation.
That sounds like a plan, Mayor.
So Andrew, Devin, any comments? I can't see everybody on my screen right now.
No, thank you to Mike and Stephanie. They've done a great job for us, and I think everyone looks forward to the next step.
Yeah.
Plugging away.
All right.
Can I make one quick comment, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I was fortunate enough to be able to be a part of the, I guess it was maybe the last presentation that Strand did. It's been several months ago, and it was a Zoom type meeting, but it was at least a 2 or 3 hour meeting. So I've had the opportunity to see some of the information, but again, we've got some new folks on council, and it's complex. There's a lot to this, and it's obviously on the heel of a very big issue that we dealt with tonight that Will and Greg again didn't have a whole lot of past experience with. So anyway, it's just a lot. It probably would be good to kind of pause and to reevaluate and take a look at it. The one thing that I got out of the last meeting, and I know you all touched on it tonight, is that there's about $82 to $83 million worth of stormwater improvements underground or in our community that I guess we're responsible for. Is that a correct assessment?
Well, we just we delineated it between public and private just based on whether it's in right of way or outside of public right of way. So it could vary between the two. So, but that was just our method.
But the bottom line is, at some point, it's got to be repaired or replaced. It's got to be maintained. There's a lot that goes into an $82 million system. Period. Point blank. So anyway, that's the one thing I guess that really struck me from the first presentation that I had the opportunity to be a part of. So anyway, thank you all as well for the information, certainly at this late hour.
And Mike, I think we've probably taxed the council as far as we can.
Sure.
But getting much additional feedback, why don't we work offline, and then we'll invite you back to the council real soon, maybe the next meeting.
No, that sounds good, Mayor. Thank you for having us tonight.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you all very much. We've got just a couple of more items on the agenda. Any more questions while you got them? If not, thank you all very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
One action item we do have under city engineer, item 10B, is a resolution approving our MAP funds agreement. For the new council members, MAP stands for Municipal Aid Program, and it's what we consider our local street paving money that we do resurfacing with. So Devin, is that a resolution you need to read, or do we need to read it?
No, I don't believe we need to read it. Just need a motion in a second. And Eddie, maybe you just want to mention the dollar amount there.
Yeah, this, I don't have the exact dollar amount. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 650,000, I believe. And we use that money for street paving, surfacing of the streets. Approximate life of a street, good paving job is about 20 years. Then it needs to be taken up and resurfaced. So those funds are funds that come from the state, from the gasoline tax, and we use it for street paving. So
Motion.
it should be around 650. I don't have the exact number in front of me.
It's $590,991.62.
Yep.
Okay, I was a little high there. Thank you.
Great. We got a
Second that
motion-
we
Motion from Tammy, and the second one.
Hey, Mayor, real quick, I know it's getting late, but I think it's worth noting that that's only about half from what I can recall. That's only about half of what we need in order to take care of our streets. Is that correct?
From our, David, thank you for bringing that up. I've worn our analysis out so much, I was going to let the opportunity pass. We've pointed out to repave all of our streets on a 20-year cycle. It will cost us a little over $1 million a year. And we're going to get about 600,000.
Yeah. And the calculation is I guess it's a state, it's a calculation that our state is in charge of. Therefore, I guess our legislators are in charge of it. So I don't know if they're listening tonight, but it sure would be nice to have a little help from the state. Otherwise, roughly $500,600,000 a year comes out of the general fund for us to pave our streets in this community.
And David,
right. It's a gasoline tax base, David. Sorry, Mayor. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's all right.
That's right.
KLC will point out that our cousins in county government get a more favorable allocation of those rural and secondary road monies than we see in MAP money, but point still well taken. We need this and more. So all in favor, we do have a motion and a second, right? Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Listen, just because I need to double check myself, Lori. Earlier in the meeting, when Chase was up and we approved A through H, did we vote on that? Kevin, we did?
Mhm.
Okay, good. Had someone question.
Yes.
I better check just to make double sure. Good. We're close to the end, folks. Item 11 on your agenda under Fire Department is a resolution approving an application for the Kentucky Office of Homeland Security grant. And
Make a motion.
thank you. Motion's been made. Seconded.
Mayor,
Yes.
Tammy wants me to let you know she got booted off. So she's technically not here right now during your vote.
Okay. Is she coming back?
She's trying, but her computer's froze up.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for that information. I think we're going to go ahead. And David, unless we need to give her a minute to get back on.
I mean, we've got a quorum. It's kind of a strange thing to lose a quorum for one action item, but I mean, if you wanted to give her a moment, you could just explain the remaining agenda items and then do the vote. Just give her 2 minutes to log back on. It's your call.
Okay. It's probably a technical issue. Why don't we go ahead and vote on the fire department resolution? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. And Laurie, we'll figure out later how exactly we treat we treat her in the minutes, but not present for the moment. Item 12 on your agenda under police department is a resolution approving an application for Kentucky Office of Homeland Security grant.
Motion.
Motion. Thank you.
Second.
And a second. There you are. Again, Chief Bossy's on here. Chief Colson are on here. They've been here for the whole evening. We're happy to hear from them, but all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you. Those carry. Under Public Works, we've got a municipal order approving a salt bid. We want you to know we're approving the salt bid in case we need it. We're not obligated to accept any of them. We're actually working on a transaction with the county government to maybe buy it cheaper. But this gives us an assured source when we need it.
I'll make a
Motion, Mayor. Second. I'll follow Tom.
Todd with the motion, and I think that's Connie with the second. If there are no questions, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? That carries. And now, Tammy ducked out at exactly the right time. Council comment.
You missed number 13.
We missed number 13.
I'm really rushing.
Surplus dispatch.
I'm really rushing, folks. Thank you. Item 13 on our agenda, a municipal order approving surplus.
Make a motion.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
And second, thank you, Greg. With no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Good. Down to public comments. Connie, could I start upper left with you? You're muted. You're muted.
I'm supposed to be able to hit my space bar, but it didn't want to work.
Lord.
Anyway, lot of really good information tonight, lot to absorb. Good presentation on both parts. I'm just going to think about that and work through that. And I appreciate everything that everyone has done to bring all of this information to us. But that's really all I have tonight, Mayor.
Thanks, Connie. David?
I'd just like to wish everyone sweet dreams. That's about it, Mayor. I'll save my comments for another day.
It's bedtime, isn't it, David? Yeah. Mark?
No, sir. I'm good.
All right, thank you. Willow?
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you so much. Good meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Karen?
No, I am good. Just wishing everybody a good night.
Thank you. Let's see, Greg.
Yeah, just a lot of good information tonight, a lot to digest in the days to come, and everybody have sweet dreams tonight.
Thank you. Todd?
I have nothing, sir.
All righty. Andrew, is there anything else to come before the council that you're aware of?
You got it covered.
Okay, folks, tough meeting. Thank you very much for your attention. We will stand adjourned.
Thank you, everybody. Y'all have a good night.